You might never get rich. Hey, hey, hey. Get your car washed today. You might never get rich. Ooh, 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 at the car wash, babe.
Unbelievable.
At the car wash, babe. On account of get your hey, 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 get your car washed today. The boss don't care if you goof around and play. Get a bit boop 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 at the car wash, babe. Boop 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 boop. At the car wash, babe. Boop a doop a doop boo. You can even buy a car. Do, 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 do. You can go and pop some rags. Do, 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 do. And shine that baby good. Hey, hey, hey. Shine that baby good and bad. Hey, hey, hey. Get your car washed today. Boop, boop, boop. Fill up and you don't have to pay. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Giddy up. Giddy up. The car wash, babe. You know what? Somebody writes me overnight, I find it hard to believe that you've never taken one of your vehicles and have it. Hard to believe. 120,000 miles. You've driven Little Rascal, your van here. I know it's been a great vehicle for you. You haven't put a thin dime into it, which is just like, they had to be insulting, which is like, it's right up your alley, right? You didn't have to pay anything, right? You just put gas in and oil and all that. Yeah, and they're saying, like, it's hard to believe that there's somebody that's that cheap, that they would never have gotten their vehicle washed. And I didn't know what to reply, just like, look at the van. Does it look like, don't look at the inside, okay? Don't look at the inside, right? And hit that thumbs up button if you're coming in. Don't look at the inside. But if you look at the outside, it is absolutely pristine. Even when the gardener, well, I have to call him a groundskeeper for the Rancho that I brought in last month to help out because of my surgery. Tio, even though he probably split himself wide open with the hedge trimmer and massive blood loss and spurting out over the side of the van and all that looked like a murder scene on the side of the van. Can't even tell. Can't tell. I got a miracle van, baby. It just gives a nice rag pop and shine on this thing. I don't know. I haven't put any money in it. Wash it. I don't do anything. You might just have to believe that I might be blessed in this van. I don't know. I don't want to blaspheme. I don't want to say something wrong, but it's highly unusual, right? All right, we're going to have a race for slots here. We're going to have a race for slots at the car wash, baby. At the car wash, baby. We got to put this on wide angle here. I think that's wide angle. Oh. might never get rich. Do, do, do. Hey, 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 get your car washed today. Boop, boop, boop. Fill up and you don't have to pay. Hello, Sarah, Bear, and Naomi. Boo-boo-boo-boo. Take it to Hooters Car Wash. Miss Tree, hello to you. I know I'm a little early today. I got nothing to do. Woo! Woo! You don't know if a car's got a purposeful timing thing built into it to sound like it's backfire, or whether somebody is shooting. Somebody's got their back window shot at over here. Man, what a hood, what a hood. What it is, what it is, what it be, what it be. All right, welcome in everybody. Happy, yeah, so what? I don't wash the van, it still looks good. Go on, man. You wanted to go by so bad. You got such a raging boner to get out of here. Go ahead. Oh man. Just this hood gets worser and worser all the time. Oh man. Oh come on, honey. Let's go, right? We're just gonna make a move. These people are just not city drivers. We need to have extreme driving. Puts a right turn signal on and then goes, puts a left turn signal on and then goes right. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. What it is, bro, what it is. It's like Clark Griswold said, what it is, bro, what it is. All right. I love that when National Lampoon Vacation, when they went down the wrong ramp on I-70 and they ended up in East St. Louis. Yeah, what it is, bro. I love that. Man, I thought I was back in Baltimore, you know. That's all that shit. Coming up while you're sitting there right there talking on the street, and the guys are coming up and just stripping your car. What's going on, Callie? I saw your boy Harbaugh's taking a lot of heat from Tom Brady right on down the line. This is a terrible coach, I'm trying to tell you. This guy's wasting the greatest assemblage of talent in the NFL, and he's just pissing it away with his stupid antics. I told you last year, I'll tell you again, we're going down the same trails. Should never have given this guy an extension until he proves himself to bring another Super Bowl trophy. Yeah. Well, today we're going to talk about the filthy rich. I've been very gratified this week. I've gotten a lot of really positive feedback for our little philosophical tests in the afternoon here. A lot of people it's really shocked me. People that I think wouldn't give a hoot about it have been very complimentary about picking the brains a little bit. And the topic that was suggested today was the filthy rich. And what do the filthy rich owe us? What are the biggest fears of the filthy rich? And is it all for naught at the end of the day? So we're going to tear into that today and have a little bit of fun with that. You can see my thumbnail. We got that young couple in front of their Rolls Royce, and I'm sorry, I've never liked Rolls Royces. I think that they're just grotesque. bulbous. I don't see a lot of style in them. Just because something is expensive doesn't mean that it's necessarily good looking. But I will say Rolls-Royce engines are the best aircraft engines in the world. Every time I ever flew on Cathay Pacific Airlines, which is the official airline of Hong Kong, every time I flew on Cathay Pacific and I would board that plane and I would see that RR on the engine cowling, the covers of the jet engines, I would say this is going to be a fine flight here from London to Hong Kong. From Hong Kong to London, 15 and a half hours non-stop. You want to talk about losing your mind? 15 and a half hours in a metal tube, 34,000 feet. Yeah. Of course, you're going to have a little fun with the flight attendants and all. You boys will be boys, right? It's all business travel. But today we're going to talk about the filthy rich, because one of the recurrent themes that's often reared its head in my chat is the many people who tremendous wealth seems to be a major irritant for people. Like, it just really pisses people off a lot of times if somebody is wealthy. We're going to kind of delve down on that today and try to figure out what is the genesis of that, and why do so many people feel aggravated about people that become wealthy. Because in most other pursuits in life, whether it's sports, the theaters, the arts, politics, we always seem to take great joy and pride in the people that end up at the top of the heap. Our sports stars, Tom Brady, arguably the best quarterback in NFL history, and like a Pablo Picasso, or you can just go right down. You can just go right down the list of people that have been super high achieving people in other fields besides just being wealthy. But when it comes to money and wealth, it seems like there's a little bit of a bend back on that. In other words, there's a point where it's all good, and then there's a point where it really seems to be trouble. And I can think of nothing else in life that's equivalent to that. So there must be something highly unusual about that. Nice to see you, Naomi. All right, all right, dude, go ahead, man. There you go. Thank you. We're going to tear into that today. And I think that's going to be mighty interesting. Plus, the biggest fear that the rich have, and it may not be a fear that you really think much about, but I think it's a fascinating one, and I think it's one that dominates the mind. And it all has to do with, once you're on top of the heap, you want to maintain that position and status, right? And their trouble begins. Now, what triggered this today was somebody sent me an article about Ellen DeGeneres and her wife, Portia Porridge, or whatever the hell her wife, what's her name, Porridge, or Natasha, or Stephanie, I don't know what the hell, or something, sounds like something you eat, I don't know. What's her name? Yeah, we're going to talk about that today, Dr. Frankenstein. We're going to talk about all of those fears today, because I think it's fascinating, because I'd like to probe people's philosophy about things. And sometimes we can come to some startling revelations about things and what makes people the way they are. Somebody sent me an article. I don't know whether it was TMZ or something like that. What's up, WW, the Rich Fear Loser? Hi, Dr. Frankenstein, how are you? Do you get your Mac on with flight attendants? Well, Naomi, some things Some things shouldn't ought to be talked about. I'll go with the Packers versus Commanders tonight. Okay, well, let's get into it. Ban check. I don't know why anybody would ever want to ban you, hard RWW. I don't know what that's all about, right? Well, welcome in everybody to Thursday night. Today I got the stuff cleaned up. I donated some clothing to, still going through clothing stuff and donating clothing. If your girlfriend is a flight attendant, you fly free, right? So I want to talk about today about the filthy rich. Somebody sent an article about Ellen DeGeneres and Porridge, or whatever her name is, the wife of Ellen DeGeneres. I never get it right. Yeah, how you doing, Seattle, Judy? Nice to see you, and thank you. You're one of the people I think that really appreciates these discussions, because, well, we know Charlie Kirk is gone. We know the killer will come forth. We know the story will be. We could probably write the story of the killer before it's even comes out. But let's move on to other matters. Two things happened. Somebody wrote me yesterday and said, Larry Ellison, the chairman and majority shareholder of Oracle Corporation, his wealth increased $100 billion. 100 billion. Hey, Christine, how you doing, Daniel? $100 billion in one day. $100 billion. What's up, Boy Blue? A lot of people don't like Ellen DeGeneres because I think she was a tough boss or whatever. We're going to get into that. So somebody said, how can the world be so misaligned that in a matter of minutes when trading opens, and Oracle Corporation stock jumps 38%, and the major shareholders worth $100 billion more than it was yesterday. And it's a really interesting thing. It is, because it just shows you sometimes that wealth can be generated beyond all reasonable expectations of what our normal thinking of wealth is. And it's exactly right, Boy Blue. It's a statement that if you're at the heart of AI, which is the application side, you're going to make a fortune on AI. Other industries are going to, employment is going to suffer. And as we saw, the jobless claims were 270,000. This week, high since 2021, probably a little higher than they would be because of Texas, some stuff going on down there with flooding and some other things. But the other thing was Ellen DeGeneres wants to make her comeback because evidently Kelly Clarkson wants to leave her daytime show to focus on bringing her music career. Trying to bring her music career and all that. She can always sell out venues and it ain't no problem for her, but I think she wants to do some more records and stuff like that. But they were talking about how even though this woman's worth $500 million, Ellen DeGeneres, that it's once you've kind of worn out your welcome on something and running her talk show, and then in the background all the bitterness came out, all the accusations that she's mean. If a male person working on the show looked at or talked to Portia, her wife, she would get real cold and distant. Gordon Ramsay went through this. He talked about that on the show. So it's very hard it's very brutal for these people once they've achieved a high level of fame. No matter what they do in their life, and no matter how simply they try to live or tell you that they just want a simple life, there's something that gets into them when you're one of these highly successful people. And I don't quite say she's filthy rich, but she's certainly well off. That just gets in your head, and you crave that. It's almost like a narcotic to come back again and want to partake of that one more time. We're the same age. 67 years old. It's not likely. It's, hey, I look good, right? But I'm just saying, you wheel it out, put it on stage. It's not going to connect with the so-called target audience, the younger people today. It's just not going to connect to them. The Boy Blue said, F. Ellen. I never watched her show, okay? But people said when the camera was rolling, she was fun, lively, she's doing cartwheels, she's dancing, she's shucking and jiving. And then when the camera would be off, she would turn into the meanest person in the world. And I thought, wow, what is it that embitters somebody so much? And I just thought to myself, it's once again a case where wealth does not equal happiness. Okay, wealth is a poor substitute when you have a very big ego and you have a sort of a narcissistic persona that it's achieving that love and adoration of people and reclimbing that mountain again, which instills this bitterness in people. She went to UK. She went to the Cotswolds. They sold her a property that was underwater when it rained, and I got ripped off or whatever. And I don't know where she moved to now. She can afford to take the hits. She's got property all over the place. But what is it about these? What is it about the mega rich? We know it from their side. Larry Ellison, I think he owns a whole island in, doesn't he own the island of Lanai? One of the Hawaiian islands there? I mean, it's just like, wow, and then I think people look at their own struggles. And I know that the CPI report came out today, and the markets just ignored it and kept, because we're on a momentum speculative blow off here. But people look at that and say, "Wow, man, the guy had a one good idea in his life, and here we go." Right? It's like Zuckerberg. He had one good idea to connect people in his college campus on Facebook so the guys could make fun of the girls that were rate the girls on campus, and everybody went crazy. But then they thought it was a great idea, because they like to put thumbs down on other people, other women, and all this kind of crazy shit they do. I met Ellen once in Hollywood, and she called me a peasant and spat on me. Oh, WW, I hope that you're just joking. I can't imagine that, although that's more common in sports these days. Unfortunately, as we saw the opening night on football, the opening game on football, when somebody spit on somebody else. I would just be stunned. I'm not a peasant. A peasant is defined as somebody who lives poorly on a tract of land owned by someone else and is bound to turn over the productive efforts, some majority of the productive efforts and fruits of that, any enterprise, over to the landowner. Right. So, I don't know. It's just fascinating to me how embittered people can become, even though you would think to yourself, wow, they really have it all. And they're just bitter. But the other side of the coin is, and I'm sorry Magda's not here today, but what is it about the rich? Somebody goes along, they're successful, they pay their taxes, they make a good decision, one or two great decisions in life, and all of a sudden they're boosted up to super wealthy status. Like, hey, Larry Ellison's like, I didn't even do anything. We just reported our earnings. They're great. People just boosted me up $100 billion in one day in all of my holdings. I mean, I think we're losing our ability to even relate to that. What's up, Amanda? Hug and kiss. What's going on? Yeah, we're just talking philosophy here today. So, it's worth millions in kind. You've been at You've been at the Amanda Hugginkiss school of the millionaire next door, I fear. Right? That's her. That's that's her whole dealio there. I always get a crack up laugh out of that. But what is it that I think it's probably because our efforts, as noble as they may be, are not the highest order of value in a capitalist system. My thoughts are with Kirk family. Yes, we're all with the Kirk family. The justice will take its course. I'm not there. They'll gradually close in on the guy. Once you start, we're already $100,000 reward. If they need to juice that up, somebody's going to look at that money and say, you know, Frankie, I like you, bro, but I'm going to turn you in. Yeah, I owe a little bit on my credit cards, and I'd like to have a new car. And maybe you shouldn't have ought to shot somebody, and that's that. Yeah, poor Charlie Kirk. Well, poor his family are the ones. He went quickly. His family's the one as is anybody that's assassinated. The ones up in Minnesota, the representative up there, and the person broke in the house and murdered. I mean, it's across the board. It's a terrible thing, but this wealth thing. And I do wish Magda was here. This whole idea of the super filthy rich, and I think today it comes down to a matter of optics, the way things look. And somebody hinted at this the other day, and it's a big part of my book too. Is during the French Revolution, it wasn't so much that people were starving to death, despite the fact with Les Miserables, the play may be. Starvation was a very rare thing, but it was the optics and the way that the upper crusties lived in society that really, really inflamed people's passions. Because it's one thing to be filthy rich like I am, and to ensconce myself in the lap of luxury all the time in my beautiful gated community and my wonderful designer vehicle here. At the end of the day, nobody's gonna be jealous of my lifestyle, right? Nobody's gonna say, well, they might say you got a good deal on the Rancho, but they're not gonna pick up a gun and want to blow my head off. They'd be like, okay, even a blind pig gets a truffle once in a while. All right, Rosie, you lucked out, right? Your timing was good or something like that. But if you're out there and you're living that Diane von Furstenberg and that Lisa Vanderpump lifestyle, and all these TV shows about the life of the rich and fabulous, and selling sunset with these multi-$100 million mansions up in the hills of LA. People watch it, they're curious about it. But as time goes on, you start to see a diminishment of that now. And I think that you guys would agree. 5 years ago, pre-pandemic, the stories about wealthy people that flaunted and had tremendous wealth were much more splashed over media and entertainment than it is today. You don't see any movies about filthy rich people now. It's all these superheroes and all these blue and teal, dark, moody pictures that come out that are just so depressing. Lifestyle of the rich man would be, I don't know if it would today. I think they would be scared to bring it out. Everything has a natural life cycle, and now I think Dr. Frankenstein, we've crested over to the point where people that are filthy rich now have to worry about preserving their lifestyle. And at the base of that is preserving your life. If your Charlie Kirk was making $300,000 a year, and I don't begrudge him, so what? He founded and started a highly successful organization. $300,000 is a medium software engineer in Silicon Valley. But he had amassed a good deal of wealth, and speaking engagements, things like that are very remunerative. But he didn't really have time to contemplate. He didn't really think enough about his safety. And of course, he was more of a political nature, which is always bound to rub people the wrong way. But when you think about the average person that's very wealthy now, we don't see the ostentatious wealth of the Kardashians. The Oscars are much more low-key than they used to be. The Tony Awards, the Grammy Awards are still a little bit robust in terms of gaudiness, but you can see that a lot of that stuff has been toned down. Yeah, 300,000 goes a long way. Now people naturally respond to that. But now we live in an age where we have it in our daily about what people are making in the markets, and the markets are big news to people, and they go through the news hour, they hear what the Dow did today and all that stuff, and there's crypto and gold and all that stuff. And for the average slob that's out there just working a Joe or Betty lunch bucket job, yeah, it's got to be a little bit irritating. It's got to be a little bit irritating to those people, because it starts to introduce that element of envy. And envy is, being sad. It's different from jealousy. Envy is being sad at what somebody else has accomplished. And we look at ourselves and think to ourselves, wow, I just didn't hit the right combination in life, or I didn't have that great big idea. But the thing that we always do in our mind, and here's the philosophical part of, we always associate wealth with happiness. And why do we do that? Even though we can statistically prove, and studies have proven that the rich and the ultra rich are no more happy than the poor people out there on every platform. YouTube is really having a problem with chat. It's just a bad day today. Envy is real. Yeah, it's sadness about what somebody else has. Jealousy is hatred for what somebody else has. Envy is sadness over what somebody else has. We're kind of moving past that stage now and moving into the jealousy stage, because the optics, every time we get an optic that reports like Ellen DeGeneres, she's unhappy about her $30 million home in the Cotswolds, because when it rains it gets soaked and it floods the house and stuff like that. And we're thinking to ourselves, gee, such first world rich problems out there. I found that some with extra goods and jetted are deeply, it's, you never really know, Linda. There's a lifestyle that is built for the specific purpose of impressing other people. Social media is built a lot on that. I'm very deep into sports betting, and the people, I know a lot of people that are in the sports betting world. I comment on the videos, and the successful ones, the ones that you think are successful, are out there with bands, that stacks of $10,000 bills, showing themselves cashing out at Circa with a pile of $1.2 million because they hit a 16 parlay on a Sunday or something like that. And that kind of stuff is really it's really good for business. But then when you look behind the scenes, most of these people either end up going to jail for fraud, for shooting somebody at a party because they were high or drunk, or else they just piss all their money away and they just disappear. Doctor, I don't envy wealth, but I get it when someone gets rich without really deserving. That's the question of who determines, Dr. Frankenstein, if somebody gets rich undeservedly. Do we let the market decide? A free system decide? Full disclosure, I never liked Barry Manilow. I had a girlfriend through a couple years in college that used to force me to go to Barry Manilow content. You know, I can't smile with it. I felt like I just wanted to throw a stick of TNT onto the stage and just end the misery. Hey, Darla. It was so bad. But see, people love Barry Manilow because he had a lot of talent and he was a good writer and he wrote jingles for McDonald's, Scrub the Bottom and Top. You deserve a break today, right? He was talented. So I don't know. I would rather see Liberace. Well, it's all a case of the people decide. Right? Some people hate Nickelback. Their idea of being confined to hell is to be in a perpetual Nickelback concert. Bird's idea of heaven is being like at a perpetual Rolling Stones concert where the doobies are flying and everybody's riding for free. Life is beautiful, Queen, all of that stuff. Like Naomi likes Prince, right? Prince was a very talented creator, and he amassed tremendous wealth. But there was something that was basically lacking in the formation of Prince, in the way of how do I cope with this, and what is my response to this sort of wealth? And for some people, like Prince, they go off the rails by themselves. Like Michael Jackson, they have people that are helping him along. Like Elvis Presley had people that were helping him along to death's door and all that. But in each and every one of those cases, I can't say that these people were happy at the end. I can't say that. Hey, Alan Gentry. I can't say that they were happy at the end. Prince was really good. Well, it's, I don't even talk about such things anymore, Dr. Frankenstein, to tell you the truth. But there's some things that will be irreconcilable in people's minds due to either philosophy, theology, or things like that. In my mind, we're all going to stand before the Lord on Judgment Day and make our case. And I think the Lord, by and large, is going to say, did you feed the hungry, clothe the naked, visit the imprisoned, take care of the sick? And what's your fruit? In other words, what do you have to show for your time here on earth? So I don't really take a lot of time on those type of things right now. I'm more about like what do people do to put into action what they say their intentions are. Yeah, probably added to his problems. I think it adds to a lot of people's problems. I think there's a deep down unhappiness that comes with a lot of lifestyle choices and things like that, because it's hard to reconcile that. And we end up we reach for straws and we start to break down things to make it conform to the things we want to believe. This is how Christianity gets broken down and destroyed, because it doesn't stand for anything anymore. There's no more uplift to it. It loses it loses its flaps, so to speak. It can't get airborne anymore. But we're going to talk about the music. Yeah, the music industry, the occult, and all that is very real. A lot of stuff that we see is magic and things like that. Things that can't be explained in the physical realm. A lot of that is spiritual infestation of a negative type. We can talk about that another day, and I don't get all deep down in all that stuff. There's so many people that make sport of all that stuff now. Well, some people say it is, some people, and the fact that you said I'm not sure tells you it's a debatable point, right? I mean, by words alone, you convict yourself that we're not sure. Exactly. So, you know what? I say to myself, I can see how things broke down, but I don't have to be a judge about things. And I don't. That's it. Well, you may think so, but other people disagree with you vehemently. I remember with Two Live Crew, people can find anything they want in science, Amanda Ogden, because when Two Crew was banned from playing and arrested, today there is music 100 times. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm not trying to get into the demonic and all that. I'm trying to stick with the rich today, because people are going to have differences of opinions and things about it. This proves this, or this psychologist said that, or this preacher spoke this or that. And you're just buried under a dump truck of differing opinions, and nothing ever comes out of it, and then is resolved out of it. So what's the point of it? Yeah, it's a tangled mess, Dr. Frankenstein. It didn't used to be, amazingly, but it is now. But it's certainly above my pay grade to wade into those. Into that. I want to stick to the rich here today. Which brings me to the whole change that I've noticed, particularly over the last 10 years with the super wealthy. They seem to hyper concentrate on their personal health and physical well-being. This is the thing I've noticed, and they're often spokespeople, or they're also often poster childs for physical development, better nutritional, vitamin B12 or whatever, intravenous drip, all these type of things that are designed to work on the physical aspects of the being. The one that had the, it was called Coochie or something. I don't know what it was. Yeah, Coochie. Let's segue into Bill Gates. Well, that just shows you how our society has changed. You wouldn't get it, that people, I've done many videos about that over the years, and had a lot of comic stuff on my channel about that. But that's her deal. But Dr. Frankenstein, if you can't notice, like in the last 30 years in particular, all of generalized society. When I was a kid, there were no gyms out there. You had a YMCA. That was it. That's all. And you had some boxing clubs in Baltimore City. Some very good boxing clubs in Baltimore, just like you have in Las Vegas and some of these other areas. That was it. We didn't have any gyms. We didn't have all these nutritional supplements, all this Soylent Green that you add to your hot beverages. It wasn't part of the process. It wasn't even known. The most you had was Jack LaLanne. The ladies would get up with Jack in the morning and lift your legs, get them legs in the air. Make sure you're on all messages, by the way. I hate this thing keeps going that way. I love Martha Stewart. She knows how to be wealthy with class. Martha Stewart is not arrogant with her money. Okay, because I think she came from a rather modest background. Prey on people's contract. They do contractually. I remember when I was a part of Planet Fitness, I tried to break the contract when I was wrapping up one of my long trips, and I wanted to break the contract. I was in Buffalo, and they're like, "No, you got to go back to your home place and do it." I said, "Well, shit, I set it up in Detroit or Chicago or something." And then, well, no, well, you gotta come in person then. Well, they made it so hard to do that. The only gym, it was a straight back chair. That was it. Now look at what we got today. We have this incredible advertising that's pointed towards health and fitness, and yet we have arguably the unhealthiest society that we've had. I don't know. I don't even know how far back to call it. Highest rates of diabetes, highest rates of heart disease, cancers, all these type of things, but yet there's still this total emphasis on this, and some of it gets wacky, like that multimillionaire from Silicon Valley that spent $10 million a year optimizing his life. I'm going to get up at this precise time every day. I'm going to make sure I have 8 hours of sleep. I'm going to take the perfect nutritional diet. I'm going to have the perfect physical workouts every day. And I thought to myself, wow, what a life. To try to be that into it. And then I thought to myself one day, I said, there's a little more behind that. And that's the commonality of what most, if not all, rich people really, really fear the most. And we can say that a lot of that has bled down into society too, what they fear the most. And it's something that's inescapable in our lives, and it just seems like the more you acquire, the more you hate the thought of arriving at a time when it doesn't mean anything. Zero. Like I always said before, when you're on your deathbed and you're thinking back on your life, you're probably going to think about the relationships of commission and the relationships of omission in the life. The relationships that you should have had, the relationships that you did have, the relationships that you should have had, and things that you would do different in your life. I don't think many people ever really pine away about wealth and, worries about the wealth. They might worry about family members. But I think it all comes down to what hurts the most and what so aggravates people, and so what gets so much under the skin of the super wealthy is to have it all in one sphere of existence. And then to be entering, and it depends if you believe there's an afterlife or not, or then entering into another sphere of existence where it just doesn't mean anything at all. Let's see. Healthy food is expensive. Yeah, mortality is the ultimate leveler, right? We don't get enough exercise, yeah. Well, we do the wrong things. We listen to the wrong people, right? It's about living your lives. So when let's say that you're, filthy rich, and you're coming down to your in twilight years like I am, and you can almost make out the fork in the road up ahead, and you're going to start to grow these little, what I call monsters in your mind. You're going to start thinking that life is unfair to you. You're going to start thinking that you're getting a raw deal, that I've accomplished all this, and at the end of it all, what do I have? I really think in many people, this really affects the psyche of people. And it's one of the reasons that I don't think that rich are statistically any happier than poor people are. Because poor people don't have, I don't want to say the luxury, they don't have the ability to worry about the way that they exit life. And I mean, you can be super heinous person and all, but I'm saying the average person. But when you have that super wealth, and you know that basically the good times are going to be coming to an end, and they may not be happy. I mean, some people get stricken with strokes, unfortunately, heart attacks, dementia, all these type of things. It's a reminder that no matter what you have, that at the end of it, it's gone. And I think that's the thing. It said it's all down, and they're all. Let's not go down that road again of all that stuff. Jeez, I get tired of it. Just there's right and left. You should look at political voices with Tara Devlin and Tara Dublin today, and talking about how everybody on there was super happy that Charlie Kirk got shot. Same group that's Stephanie Miller and all them. Yeah, okay, no matter what you want to go search out and find, you'll find it. People equally miserable and unhappy of both sides of an issue. It's a human life. At the end of the day, it's a human life that was taken. I think the same thing today, this same feeling of mortality, is a tremendous weight that a lot of society carries around today. And I think this has deeply affected a lot of people's psyche, especially in the West today. This sort of dissonance in their mind that, what are the priorities in life? How do I fit in with the proper priorities in life? And what does it mean to me? And then people ask that ultimate question, what's going to become of me? Things like that. And these questions, they don't get talked about a lot, sadly. It's very uncomfortable. Somebody write me tomorrow and say, oh, it's very uncomfortable. But that just tells you that there's juice in the lemon there. That's what it tells you on that there's a there. And as people get more uncomfortable with their existence, they get more out of whack with the realities of life. And you can pick up a rifle and get on the roof of a building, take a shot at the presidential candidate, take a shot, kill Minnesota representative, kill a political figure, rob stores, go crazy with music, go crazy with entertainment. You just basically, it just becomes like, what would you say, like the Weimar Republic, the 1920s in Germany, post World War I. People just don't even give a shit anymore. But as far as Katie, they're blaming him for that. Well, I'm just saying, people will use anything for their advantage these days. They will use, he had it coming to him. It's a conspiracy on the left that this was done, but it's one individual that makes a decision to do something. But what people want to jump on that hate train or that love train and exploit that. What was it mentioned as saying that got shot? There was a school. Yeah, there was a school shooting in Colorado, but it wasn't big enough. It was there. But again, it's indicative of a society which is losing its mind. It's lost its bearings. It doesn't know truth anymore. It doesn't know values anymore. It's just free floating in a tank of goo, like the Joker in the original Batman when he fell into the green joy juice at the Axis Chemical Company. It's just swimming around, trying to make sense of it, trying to convince other people, twist other people's arms, and convince them of this, that, or the other. That's why people can get on the roof of buildings and take pot shots or throw sticks of dynamite into buildings and kill people, run into schools, murder. Yeah, it's a non-issue. Well, they want to say the crime is great and it's under control. But now I'm starting to wonder myself, Dr. Frankenstein, how much is really statistical lying these days? We finally reached the point, never in my life until age 66, 67, did I ever have to worry about statistics people being liars that produced publicly information for public consumption. Now, I'm starting to have doubts raised because all of a sudden there's these little whack-a-moles popping up. Beep. Bureau of Labor Statistics, boop. Washington, D.C. Police, boop. Now Baltimore City. There's people coming in now and rumblings that, we've been, okay. Nobody says we have to report. We can kind of bend the truth. We can classify certain things as nonviolent now. You didn't get a gun to your head. You just had a fist in your face. It wasn't, we're going to recategorize a lot of that. The police chief or mayor in crime, you don't want people to know. Well, it's a consequence of your job performance, right? It's the same as a teacher. If you can't teach, you hide your inabilities. You hide it all up. You say lower the standards so a teacher can just have a desire to teach. Doesn't have to know the subject material, but just wants to be a teacher. What about the kids? Hey, we're not talking about the kids here. We're talking about me. That's exactly the crap that you have today. So now we can't even trust statistics anymore. That's now been undermined. That everything now has a political bent to it. People on the left are going to point to things that show the Charlie Kirk thing. The terrible things that people are saying about that, and people on the right are going to point to people that are saying terrible things. There's no higher step. It's all on the same level. There's nothing that you can prove from the left that's going to change anybody's mind on the right. There's nothing that you can say on the right that's going to change anybody's mind on the left, because you're not in possession of facts anymore. Something about human nature. Yes, it is. Humans are corrupt by nature. Absolutely, positively. If you don't believe that, you're living in la la land. Virtues have to be taught. Vices come naturally to people. That's what eats away civilization. When the balance scale of vices outweighs the balance of virtues, society's gone. Let's see. Yeah, they think it's terrible. They're saying liberals want to kill people, but they're wanting to kill us today. The left is going so left over that they have fallen off the rails. I don't know what they're fighting for, honestly. I can look at a Charlie Kirk, and honest to God, I can look at the things he said. I never knew Charlie Kirk too much, but I went today and watched some of his speeches and some of his appearances at universities and in some of the media appearances. And I thought to myself, what is there to hate in this message? What is it that he says that so fires people up? And quite honestly, all I could think of was, this is a kid that in the 1950s would be held up as an all-American paragon of what it was to be an American male. Family, God, law and order, a well-ordered society. And I thought to myself, what the hell is there to hate in that? It's free speech. If people want to interpret it as some kind of directive, it's free speech. It's American values, Boy Blue. It's American values. It's the same things that we would have applauded 60 years ago and gotten standing ovations. Billy Graham, what would they think of Billy Graham today? Billy Sunday, they would probably light off sticks of dynamite in the stadium and protest outside. It was just horrible. Horrible. I don't see any evidence of being him a bigot. If you can prove it, send it to me. I've been to 3 camps to go there. I got a signed t-shirt. There you go. People say things and they don't come across with any proof of being a bigot. It's towing the company line at all costs, no matter what. Charlie had a right to it, not force. He doesn't force. When did Charlie Kirk ever force an opinion on anybody? As far as I could tell, he said, prove it. How does that force opinions on people? When you come up and you engage in dialogue that we're having here, how does that force it on people? And how is that different from what was forced on people from the 1970s onward, all the way through the time when we've hit the peak of it at the woke movement? How is that different from what was forced on people then? Because our government decided that for us. That's why. Seeing the words. Send it to me then. Yeah, send me one then, Lurker. You got my email. The bullets were engraved with Rand. Oh, well. I don't know, Gling. We don't know, Gling. We're going to wait till the facts come out. I refuse to speculate about who did what or what. Yeah, he liked to debate. He might have been a backer of it, but that's his opinion. How you doing, Tieraboo? How can we fault people for having opinions that are different than ours? Right. I didn't like a lot of the woke stuff that came up, but I never felt inclined to come out and be a hater about it. I said, hey, that's your right to express an opinion. I don't agree with tearing down statues and burning federal buildings, but if that's the way you see the future you want to have in America, that's your opinion. I never get so inflamed that I'm so entrenched in it that, oh my God, I just go out and find all of everything I can. when I can clearly see on college campus after college campus that he's free speech, that anybody can come up to that microphone and say whatever the hell they want. Nobody gets rounded up. Nobody gets taken out. They stand there, they listen, they hear. How you doing, Drac? I'm an actual lurker now. Good evening. I've been an actual lurker, not. Yeah, I got a friend lurker here today. Though I pronounce you to actually being a sage. Truly enjoy. Well, thank you very much, Drac. I don't know if I'm a sage. Maybe a sage is somebody who can just be in the middle and point out stuff on both sides. Like I said, I listen to political voices today. I listen to Stephanie Miller. I listen to what she says. I engage. I listen to Tara and Tara's show. And I see the people in the side chat just spewing the hatred. But I don't think to myself, it doesn't move my needle. In other words, I don't just go immerse myself in things that I want to hear that reinforce the way I want to think. I listen to everything on the chance that I might pick up something that would help me formulate a different opinion. I know we don't know this is what I think, and lots of others. Well, I'm not a groupthink person, Gling. There's one of the biggest tragedies. It actually tells what kind of human is. This is one. You can clip any bit in and put it out of context. Democrats don't want to be a group thinking idea. I'd say we just have to be careful about saying, well, a lot of people think like I do, or I would rephrase it, a lot of people believe what I believe. And if I have sunglasses that are blue, I'm going to see everything in a shade of blue. If I have sunglasses that are red tinted, I'm going to see everything with a shade of red. So it's just the fact that I've never prejudged, I've never come out and wait. I always waited till the actual shooters, the actual crime is unfolded and the people are arrested and the evidence is put out there before I would even dare to say who was behind. We don't even know. We don't even know if the shooter's in custody. I watched him because I didn't want to know that he was a bit and he said the things he said, but I watched him really. He supposedly. What came out of his mouth that offended you, Lurker? Just give me one example. What Rosie has in an old school liberal arts college teaching. No, it was really a modern day. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Well, one thing I do is I have a respect for people, but another thing I do is ask people to come up with something that he specifically said that was bad. It was bad. And I would think to myself, it may be bad in the context of a fallen America, and if we can't see and accept that this nation is off the rails, then we have a bigger problem than who stands up and speaks before us. We have a problem of understanding how deep in the stew pot we are. It goes beyond Charlie Kirk. It goes to people not recognizing the state of existence today. And school shootings and failed educational system. I tell you once again, look at the statistics that were reported yesterday. And you can think this is an admirable existence here. And I can go back to the 1940s and 50s and early 60s and say, yeah, if you have a lever to push, you want to have that kind of society that's well ordered, or you want the chaos that we're all swimming in today? I ask people, what is it that you want back that's not there? What is it that you want back? unlimited human freedom that's absolutely destructive to civilization, an existence where you and a select group of people get together and decide what's good and what's bad and what's just and what's not, i.e. communism. I mean, I don't get it. What do people want? I feel beeps are over, man. Well, it is. I told you 25% of women are on antipsychotics. College kids should take some philosophy and ethics. They will take one. He asked his supporters to bail out. I'm not sure what that is. He said something, I'm not sure what bail out means. He said, I can't stand the word empathy. Actually, I think it is. Anyway. Yeah, I think empathy is a terrible word. Absolutely. Because it allows people to embed themselves in their weaknesses instead of struggling to rise above them. No, Lurker's fine, Drac. Lurker's very strong. The idea behind an old school liberal, that's why I liked it, Lurker's in here. The idea behind an old school liberal, yeah, teach people to decide for themselves, exactly. Woman's a poster job. He also said we must be honest with the population. An armed citizen comes with price. Well, look at it today. Look at it today. I've encouraged people to arm themselves. And I don't say that because I think that people that will arm themselves are the type of people that will go out and shoot people. I believe they're the type of people that will carry civilization, what there is of it, into the future. That's why I like people to arm themselves. Because then at least they have a fighting chance. Yeah, it's like a victimhood thing. That's exactly it is. People want to be embedded in their victim mentality. That's it. They want somebody to say, oh, that's too bad that happened to you. But they don't want anybody to say, here's your shovel, you've got to dig your way out. No, you don't understand it. The world has to change to dig me out. No, I'm not going to do it. I don't have the fortitude anymore or the strength to do that anymore. If we were not on French or Japanese. That's why I got Ronnie in here. We used to try to get the person to take personal responsibility and uplift themselves. Now they get affirmed in their weakness, told that it's society's faults, and then they're allowed to wallow in that. There's something called fortitude that's absolutely gone from today's world. The ability to persevere. Let's see, everyone should be armed. Okay, was the end had a feeling in a long time who had the professional experience to know CK. Is that Democracy Now! With Amy Goodman? The War and Peace Report. I wish Americans were abroad for. I think its message in that is take personal responsibility, ownership of your life. We've been encouraged to have and insist that everybody throw us ropes when we're drowning. Everybody out there. When if we look down, we have a life preserver around us already. We're not going to drown. But that idea of fortitude has just evaporated. So we need to assuage our minds with all types of drugs, from alcohol to weed to antidepressant, antipsychotics, fence, every dust, blow, coke, crack. We want somebody to tell us it's somebody else's fault. Serving some, yes, you should check out. I will check it out. Thank you. I just didn't get to Democracy Now. I sure will, Melody. Thank you. I like Amy Goodman and Juan Gonzalez. I like the things they cover. I don't like Noam Chomsky. That's no secret. And I didn't like Howard Zinn, but it's okay. You don't have to like everybody, but you should listen to everybody. And Democracy Now! Is always on my platter. I guess I got overabsorbed in watching Charlie Kirk's appearances at colleges and universities, which I never watched before. The guy was never really in my radar screen, but by and large, people that turned out because they liked to engage in a debate. They liked they liked the theater of it. They liked the fact that they wouldn't be shut down or their microphones would be turned off if they disagreed, but they had to stand there and argue and support their position. I had a bit of a nervous breakdown. Doctor, I've been abroad in Sasquatch. Hey, MS. What's up, Shadow? I had a little bit of a nervous breakdown. It's okay, Shadow. I mean, we don't judge here. Who runs Baltimore, L.A.? Charlie had a bulletproof vest, ricocheted off the head. Yeah, I'm not sure. We're gonna wait Eraserhead till everything is in. And Eraserhead, I'm looking at that Oregon game. I don't think Oregon's getting enough. I would take Oregon in the points. Maybe buy it down to 27 from 27 and a half. We know that. Good points and others do as well. And I thought, yeah, and that's why I love Amanda Hug and Kiss. Lurker, always welcome. Lurker's a good arguer. I like Lurker. Lurker can stand up. I like people that can strongly defend. I like that. But I can say I think there's fewer people that have exposure to a broader range of daily media than I do. Left and right. And it was painful to sit through the Tara show today on Political Voices. Very painful, but I did it. I'm about to take an Amtrak back to Seattle from St. Louis. That's going to be a nice run. You get to go across the Rockies. Hey, Beaver. So, Eraserhead, just as a side issue, that Oregon game really stuck out to me. I don't think they're giving really enough juice on the line. You'll have a better ride to LA though. The view is more spectacular. Sick. Yeah, whoever celebrates the health problems of President Biden, I feel the same way. God's sakes, a president of the United States. We had a lot of empathy when Ronald Reagan was fading, and wow. That's what I mean. If you're older like I am, you remember the past so well, and you just have a hard time. You have a hard time coming to grips with the present. It's like, who doesn't want an America that's virtuous and kind and doesn't steal and is educated? I mean, what's wrong with this? Has our present bureaucracy done a good job of instilling these things? No. Why can't we just say we failed? Let's have another go at it. What's wrong with it? Because it's painful. I don't want to hear it. And having been in the educational system for as much as 9 months of classroom time, 6 months of practicum, 2 years of schooling, night school, yeah. I can tell you point blank that our educational system is a colossal failure because we got away from one very critical thing, and that's teaching the 3 R's. We turn classrooms into places of indoctrination and for the care and feeding of teaching. Well, that makes me feel good. Thank you. Thank you. It's good to see you, Shadow. When I'm in big city grind would be, well, they can't see both sides. That's what I say, Lurker. Take that middle road. Look at both sides. No, I want America the way it used to be. Do I think it's going to happen? No. No. Nothing ever reverses course. It goes to a termination. Then it goes through years and decades of misery, toil, despair, destruction, and then from the ashes of that, a new civilization may or may not arise. I happen to believe this world is a one-shot deal, and when it goes down now, and when the United States goes down, that's the end of it. Don't hit my van. Have to get squared away for overnights. Thank you. Oh, Drac, you're nice. Thank you. Hope you're subscribed. It may seem like I don't. I know you do, Lurker. That's why I like you in here. Who's to blame? We're all to blame. It's what I call who's to blame. It's in the book I want to write called The Perils of Prosperity. When a nation becomes inordinately wealthy because of a strange confluence of factors coming together, once in a millennia factors coming together, people make some terrible assumptions about the wealth that will be continued to generated, the wealth that will continue to be generated in that society. Based on that, they start looking around at society that's not in the same compartment on the train that they are. They start to see some kind of injustice in that, but they choose to ignore things like self-will, discipline, family, upraising, values. They want to just cure the problem by moving people up into the better class of cars, just because they think that makes things just. And what that does is lay waste to the system. It builds a culture of enabling that destroys the idea of justice and a work ethic. And it starts to shift people around to think that it's government's responsibility for our well-being and our economic success or failure. And we build up this false life that recedes from production and starts to go into borrowing money like crazy. And now we reach a point where that lifestyle can no longer be sustained. And cuts have to be made. We're seeing that in France. We're seeing that in the UK, Italy, across the European Union, that the standard of living is not sustainable through borrowing. When it goes and the ultimate reality hits, we can understand why gold is silver at the levels they are. Because when it goes in a big atomic bomb sort of way that society just rips itself apart. That's it in a nutshell. I believe it's because of there has to be a kinder way of doing things. Why do we have to be so cruel? Because now we're a country without. Well, I can't say we don't have. I would never say we don't have morals. What we lack is moral formation of our young these days. I think there's no denying that. Once the 1964 Supreme Court, 1963, Curlet versus Arizona or whatever it is, and also a co-suit by the United States, by the Baltimore City school system. It was atheism by default. There is nothing greater than us, and that ushers in the period of humanism. That human values are what should hold sway, but humans can't even agree on what color a house should be painted, what kind of car to buy, what kind of faith to believe in. So why would you think that people are capable of creating values that everybody would ascribe to? It's impossible. I think Nepal is there's two things that are going on in Nepal. Number one, corruption is an old story. Corruption in Nepal, corruption in Burma, what we know as Myanmar, corruption in so many countries, Ukraine, Russia, the United States, it's endemic because it's a natural vice for people. But Nepal shut down social media. Now imagine America today. Like, I don't think that you would get people on the streets protesting corruption. But suppose that Facebook, Instagram, YouTube were taken offline. TikTok. I can tell you that this nation would absolutely go out of its mind. There would be people hitting the streets and burning because we're so addicted to social media. Just like people were addicted to TV. I told you about the great German psychological experiment where they offered $10,000 to anybody that could not watch TV for like 30 days. At the end of that study, some people had to be institutionalized. Not one person was able to go 30 days without television. They literally lost their mind. Now think about that on steroids today with social media. Of course, it just landed on Air Force Two. I think it's Air Force Two, isn't it? Let's see. Okay, take care, Shadow. Have a good one. People would, especially the young people, would lose their minds. Absolutely lose their mind. They would hit the street, and it's the same as if you suddenly pulled all drug addicts off of crack or something. It would be so terrible, or alcoholics off of alcohol. It would be the same equivalent. That people would lose their mind. They would start screaming and hollering. They wouldn't have a venue to do it, so they would naturally start emptying into the streets. You took my TikTok away. You took YouTube away. You took my Facebook away. That was my life. Well, I'm just saying, yeah, Linda P. You can't take it away. This is what's hurting Nepal. These young people are like, oh, hell no, you can't take our social media. And there's going to be a day in the United States, and I'm going to predict it. I might be dead. But there's going to be a day because the communication systems are under a lot smaller scope of control today than they were in the day of AT&T and the Bell system. You tell Sprint, T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T, pull the plug. That's it. And there will be people absolutely blind and enraged in society and just absolutely losing their minds. that day will be coming, because they'll judge us the only way that they can control people, and to keep people from mass protesting and doing things like that. Of course, people will work around it, but you know, the simple solution is always the first solution. So, it might not be the best one. Yeah, I'm high. I'm high on life. I think X may be the freest speech platform. Yeah, whatever they are. Just imagine them all being shut down. What would people do? I know my life would be changed radically. That's for damn sure. I don't think I'd be hitting the streets protesting, but I think ICE has a very methodical plan for rooting out people that are here illegally. And I'll tell you, some of these people they pull out, I'm damn glad they're gone. You know who picks on the weak? Drug cartels. Yeah, that's obvious, Dr. Frankenstein, because look at the way they allegedly flee these countries because of cartels. Oh, I don't want my son to grow up where there's cartels and things. But they'll tolerate it here. Looking good. There goes LM. Looking super fine in that Lexus. I thought about that too without self. People, it would be, Judy, with social media gone, hookup sites, dating sites, Pornhub, porno sites, Facebooks, YouTubes, Instagrams. I can't even, it would be as if a nation of opium addicts was just suddenly cut off from their supply. There would be people that would turn into absolute zombies. Absolute zombies. We're all to blame for this. Yeah, we're all to blame. That's it. But when I ask people, what do you want to go back to? You know, well, I mean, do you want to go back to people swarming across the border? No. Do you want to go back to a fallen education system? No. Do you want to go back on no basis for ethics or morality for children? No. Then what do you want to go back to? What was good about that? Look at where we are today. We're circling the bowl. People say, oh, you're nuts, the market's going up. Like, yeah, we're in a blow-off phase here. And I see the same day that that's going on, that the jobless claims are closing on 300,000 a week. I won't say the president has no morals. I'll say a lot of his morals are debased. But I won't say he doesn't have any. I might say they're a bit cockeyed. Who wins? I know you don't care. Commanders are back. Well, this will be a big test for the Commanders. I expected them to do well, Kelly. If they don't do well tonight, because the Packers are going to do well, then it's going to be tough. I don't know how much. I don't think it's a lot. There's some things that in formation that I think are negative things. I don't think a life of opulence and things like that is necessarily a good thing to flaunt. I think there's more to life than money and success. But I do think he sees himself as the last chance for this nation to pull itself out of the toilet. Will he succeed? No, of course not. The forces are too strong. The forces that, like a chaotic nation, are too strong. They're not going to be overcome. Yeah, thank you, Kelly. So that's why I can easily see a future of bloodshed and strife, and it's very easy to envision. Very easy. We're just an economic tipping point away from that. That's why I get up in the morning. I thank the Lord that the world is still basically a little bit on its hinges. Because of the day that the reality of this debt bomb comes in, and that's going to be a day of reckoning that people aren't going to give a shit about politics anymore. I can't imagine what's going through your guys' mind. Yeah, it's getting crazy. A lot of people are very upset about Canada now. Yeah, we got to wait till the killer comes through. Hey, Welsh, let's not make any judgments about the killer until the killer is actually brought to justice. They will get him. He will be caught. Will he have a story to tell? I'm sure. He probably has a computer manifesto and well, I don't even think they need to create a killer, Dr. Frankenstein. I don't think he's going to be that difficult to flush out once you start putting money into the equation. Then it's easy breezy. Everybody will crumple for $1 these days. They will stab their best buddy to make some money, because they'll be like, well, you know what? Best buddy's not going to be coming out of jail. I'll be good to go. Right down the river. Yeah, they usually do. Once you put money into it, somebody will break. It's like ice. It's frozen solid. Everybody thinks they're in a position, oh yeah, Frankie's like a hero or whatever. Yeah, hey man, high five. And there comes the money, 100,000. I'm sitting on a gold mine. $250,000. Ooh, I'm really on a gun, because people are going to come out and match the reward. It's going to get up to like $1 million or something. It's going to be like they'll be racing to drop a dime. Ooh, the shooter is a transact. I have no idea, Noah. I don't have any information on that. I'm not sure. I have no idea. American. But I would think it ushers in an era now of politically targeted killings. I wouldn't be surprised. Congress people, state legislatures, anybody that might have a strong voice of opposition is probably feeling a little bit uncomfortable tonight. Especially if it comes at it with some freak or something, or some weirdo. They're going to say Charlie Kirk, the weirdo, Charlie Kirk. You know how it's going to come down. cartridge were engraved with LG and Antifa, but that sounds like a bit convenient. No, I don't think it's a psyop when choose. Yeah. Well, what's going to make me feel better is we're going to be rolling in a couple minutes here. What's make me feel better is going crabbing tomorrow. That's going to make me feel good. They're rolling out the proverbial on live TV. Well, I'm pretty impressed this guy was 31 years old. When I was 31 years old, I finally figured out how to hang a roll of toilet paper. I don't know. I could never have done what this guy did. We got young loggers. I'm in beautiful Scotland. I thought that you were in Wales. Are you traveling? Pro-Antifa and pro-trans. I don't know. It sounds like somebody's just politically motivated that thinks they're doing the world a favor. And I told you before, the biggest danger in our society today is people want to get their ears tickled with what they want to hear. Just like St. Paul predicted would happen at the end. People would be unable to bear the truth anymore. And they would only want false doctrines and false teachings. That's all they could bear. It's amazing when you look into it what comes true. When I was 30, I just divorced and moved back so I could pay my wife. Yeah, that's tough. Tax bill on holiday. Oh, nice. Nesh Welshboo. I didn't know. Melody, it could be YouTube knocking them out, honey. Nobody's knocking them out here. Nobody's knocking them out here, honey. It could be. YouTube sometimes takes down comments, especially in a politically charged time like we're in. My manager was transactional all the way up my colon. Well, these days, you know, 80% of the time, men are going to get the worst of it. So this is why it's a natural consequence not to sign up for marriage anymore and not to have children, because the contract is gone now. It's all about love. It's nothing more. Great to see you, KD. Hey, Eddie. All you need is love. Do 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 do. All you need is love. Do 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 do. All you need is love. Love. Love is all you need. Do 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 do. Islam is in the future. It'll be fun to see that. Well, it's a faith that has its head on straight. Everybody stays in line because the consequences are severe. There's no questions about modesty and well-ordered societies. It's only where freedom runs amok that we run into huge problems. Freedom is just another word for nothing left to lose. Me and Bobby McGee. Yeah, respect. Strong laws engender respect naturally. Unbreakable covenants command tremendous respect, and with respect comes following and adherence. When stuff is all over the board and it's subject to interpretation, it doesn't mean anything anymore. There are no more truths. It's whatever the human beings decide what the truths are. That's the truth. What I say. Well, democracy's a failure from the go because people end up destroying themselves. They get the vote, and they'll drain the treasury dry. We've seen it. We're seeing it in the UK. We're seeing it in France. We're seeing it in America. We're seeing it in Canada. We're seeing it in Australia. Worst thing you can do. George Carlin. Yeah. You give a people the chance to vote, they will drain the treasury, and then they'll borrow like crazy. And when it comes time to cut up the credit card, holy crap. We haven't killed the mine. It was already dead in the water mine. It was dead by our own hand, Wellspu. Anybody that ever went out and voted for more benefits for themselves, a bigger dole, more open immigration, unproductive behavior being rewarded, that's by our own hand. You put members of parliament in, they represent the people. The people want more benefits, greater benefits, bigger national health care, bigger dole. And who's working? Not a damn person. It's no wonder the rich are fleeing the UK, and millionaires are now declining. The only place in the Western world that millionaires are declining. Some of these stores, yeah, the company store. They know in there. Of course, I blame the ordinary masses, Welshboo. It's in our own hand. What do you think people do to elect people to Parliament? They're in there passing every agenda that they want to have passed. You tried to cut public benefits 3% in the UK, and the finance minister ends up crying on the floor of Parliament. Well, then you don't understand democracy very well, then, Wellsboo. You're clueless. You know, what do people do? Vote for people that aren't in their own interest? No, you don't understand. You have no answer to that. Parliament is representational democracy at its finest. And look at what that got the UK today. A broken nation with declining output, massive cultural problems, massive budget deficits, massive flight of wealthy people. That's what democracy got you. Yeah, because she's a good representative, right? It's all about the job. It's all about representing my people down here. We want more benefits. We want more housing allotments. We want more housing estates built. We want a bigger dole. People push back against it. It's like a back and forth. The other side says no. Right? We want to cut those things. We can't afford it anymore. No, we need bigger ones. That's democracy at work. Yeah, I think you're the one that's been brainwashed. Obviously, because you have no answer to the issue. All you do is just go to ad homs. All you do is go to ad hominems. You don't have an answer for why Parliament is not Democrat. Our problem is they're paying Ukraine billions of pounds, but that's the will of the people. They put them into office. You were flooded with migrants that have no desire to integrate into the UK system. They want to have a country within a country. And whatever they're sending billions, it's a pittance to what they're spending on social programs in the UK. How much are they spending on housing? How much are they spending on the dole for people? How much are they spending in the national health system? I don't know, and I don't know anything on the listen on that worth. We haven't been flooded with migrants. Good Lord. I guess the riots that I see are just staged by they're just staged by the right. People hitting the streets and all the people that want to have Sharia law in their own, govern their own thing, have no intention of integrating into the United Kingdom, could care less about the culture, traditions of the United Kingdom. All right, Wellsboo, that's fine. That's fine. Damn, this thing doesn't come along. Make sure you're on all messages. This thing keeps deferring to top chat here. There we go. Anybody that denies that the UK is in a state of upheaval is not tuned into the realities of things. Every day that they stand up in Parliament and talk about the debt crisis and the inability to raise taxes, and now they want to charge non-doms that live there, that bought expensive estates and things, and now they want to charge them on their worldwide income. The only thing they know is tax, tax, tax. Well, guess what? The people learned how to avoid taxation. Get your passports, apply for your exit visas, clear up your stuff, and leave the country. Take your wealth to Spain, take your wealth to America, whatever, where you're not going to be taxed to death on your worldwide holdings. I hear you, but you don't appear to swallow the bull from. No, well, I guess I have to just listen to your media. People are being arrested. People can't even. They don't even have free speech anymore. I saw today, not today, but a couple days ago, somebody appearing in court because they dared have a protest sign that said "Integrate the United Kingdom." I couldn't believe a nation would clamp, as if clamping somebody's mouth could change their mind. Hey, John. In other words, close your mouth and then your mind will come over to our side. In other words, if you close your mouth, you'll automatically see right and wrong. I can go out here and hold up any sign I want, Wellsboo, and nothing's going to happen to me. No, free speech is dead in the United Kingdom. Some people try to convince me, we still got, even Phil, who comes in from the UK. Phil comes in every night. I wish he was here right now. His bitter complaint, he lives right in London. I hope his hand surgery went well. He complains bitterly every night about what's going on. I wish he was here. Dr. Frankenstein, you've been here the nights that Phil's been here from the UK. He's the one that alerted us that you can't protest anymore, and you can't. The free speech has been reined in because people are afraid of losing control of the population. Yeah, we're going to be drinking beer tonight. I've been to lots of them. I've never had a problem. Yeah, we'll talk to Phil then. He'll be in later. It's going to be that way in the United States. Of course it's going to be. It's the only way to control the population that is cut off from unlimited benefits and starts to get cut off from the rich. Why should a cash cow hang around? Of all the developed nations in the West, The United Kingdom is the only one that's losing millionaires right now, bleeding millionaires. Britain has been very surveilled. The more a society slips, the more you have to exert control and surveillance over it. We're seeing it here now. People used to joke with me back in 1991 when I was traveling back 5 years traveling back and forth in the UK. Man, there's cameras everywhere. I said, you got to be kidding me, dude. What are they looking for? Now in London, there are literally cameras everywhere. A crypto coin in the name of the shooter. Oh man, what name did they put on it? That's weird, man. That is really strange. What name did they put on the crypto coin? Anyway, it's exhibition A of a society that's losing the ability to be controlled. When you have to exert authority over people exercising their right for free speech in a non-violent way, I think anybody's violent should be taken out. I mean, we've seen it here on college campuses. But when you start passing laws that you can't criticize, I wish Phil was here, about the school system, about the immigrant, you can't protest about the immigration policies. Coin is called Sky Valdez. Yeah, I hope that's just a made-up name, man. I don't know. I hope that's not really the guy. A meme coin. All right, well, let's get up the road. One thing we do have here is absolute free speech. In this chat, we're always dealing with facts. Oh, he's a teacher. Oh, he's a teacher in Utah and also a trans activist. Is he or she transgender? Yeah, well, it's a tragedy. I can't excuse anybody shooting no matter what. I think we're just going to walk around downtown tonight. Yeah, I'm not sure. I always hold off. I don't want to buy into anything that's not factually supportable. I'll wait till all the facts are in. But the meme coins would be a good way to bring a coin out that nobody can trace down or anything. Oh, the last 30 minutes. I guess it's all busting. Cash Patel and Pags flew out to Utah. So I guess they're setting up a news conference or something. UK defines a large amount of comedy and comedians as toxic behavior. Wow, what more do you need to hear than that? Yeah, we're just dealing with opinions and speculation. I'm going to look up tonight, I'm going to look up the UK speech laws. I'm going to see what the limitations are on it, if there are any. Yeah, I don't want to prejudge anything until I hear the actual factual evidence of what's going on. Even then, it's just a tragedy. What would I think about it? No matter who it is, no matter who they find, it's not going to make a difference in my view. A murder's a murder. But if Parliament is not a representative, if the House of Commons is not a representational government, then what the hell is? I thought you elected your member of Parliament. These people are working on the spook house, getting that going. I'll have to look and see if members of Parliament are appointed or whether they run for election. Like I think Chris Patton was a member of Parliament from Bath, England. Yeah, you can't have comedy anymore. That's been removed. You might offend somebody. You know what, to me, it all starts to sound very Orwellian, like 1984 stuff. I guess next we'll have thought control and reprogramming. It's funny how science fiction always sooner or later precedes reality. I guess that's why Pink Floyd, we don't need no thought control. Doo-doo. Hey, teacher, leave them kids alone. Doo-doo-doo. All in all, we're just another scrambled egg in the wall. Doo-doo-doo. I like to unscramble eggs. That's your homework assignment tonight, is go home, scramble some egg, and then unscramble it. Well, that's why they all the media outlets fight for influence, especially among the young. And Charlie Kirk was a voice of influence for the young. All in all, we're just another punk in the wall. What usually happens when you have these kind of assassinations actually targets and strengthens the opposition. It solidifies and crystallizes things more. We need healing. We don't need feelings, we need healing. Nothing more than healing. Da da do 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 healings. Whoa, 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 healings. Ooh. Whoa, 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 healings. Do 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 do. Let's see. Lee Carly, UK, 30 people a day are getting arrested for multimedia posts. Wow. That's like 1984 right there. I don't care what anybody says. That shit's 1984. All right, let me put this in the mail. Let's throw this thing away. Oh man. Oh boy. Oh. All right, I don't think we can stay here. We got a biker coming down there. Stop chilling. What's that sound? Somebody's rocking the clown, dude. Oh, I said stop chilling. What's that sound? Amanda hug and kiss. Dates coming round, dude. Get that flash on. There you go. This is called responsible biking. These people are good. Real good. What's up, Aquarius? I think we can park over here now. And we shall. Is there a spot for me? Is there a spot for me, or am I shut out over here? Nobody likes me very much. They think I'm a nuts. There we go. Oh, public parking prohibited. Ooh, 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 ooh. Does this look like home, Kelly? Wow. We're going to walk around a little bit. Man, doggy, why don't you go back to that private home that was a church? There used to be a church. Just walk in again. Maybe they'll have a 12-gauge shotgun ready for you. Wow, this is fierce, this traffic here. Where the hell is it all coming from? Is the circus in town? Wow, wow. Let's see what's going on at the massage parlors. He might have had Bell's palsy or something. That's pretty common these days. That'll make one half of your face droop. I wonder which. Oh, they hung these things. I don't know what the hell I guess they don't like the sun. They must like living like bats. I don't know. Some people just don't like the sun. Sometimes my sack is saggy. Anyway, we're going to look at the UK speech laws overnight and check them out, see what that's all about. We're going to separate fact from fantasy. This looks like it used to be. This is a massage parlor now. You can come in the back. There it is. Happy ending massage parlor. Doors open. There it is. Sun gives you wrinkles. Well, we don't want to live forever on this earth. RN Construction. That's a nice looking paint job there. I think it's basic human nature to be offended by ideas that don't jibe with your own beliefs. Would anybody disagree with that? Skincare. We're naturally averse to hearing things that don't reinforce what we believe. On both sides. I don't hold either party innocent or guilty. I just say it is what it is. Sunset Day Spa. Yeah, this got busted out as a Thai massage place. And then the wheels fell off the cart. Weird why they got that chimney banded up there. I don't know. Yeah. I just get tired of people that simp. All these are offices. Oh, psychotherapy. Whew. You got 1, 2, 3, 4 psychotherapists in there. Traditional Thai massage. Here's another one for rent. I guess maybe this is the one that got busted at. Those girls were catting around in there. They were catting around. Is there such a thing as traditional Thai massage? I don't know. I am Mr. Misogyny, never was another like Mr. Misogyny. Blink audio video recording. I wonder where the camera is. Yeah, I always say, talk to me like I'm a 5th grader. Make sure I understand. That's the way Amanda Hugginkiss talks to me. She's like, oh, you're insufferable. She's like, you're awful. There's another new apartment house. Wow, they sure put up a lot of these things, don't they? Oh yeah, there's the band. CHP, oh no. I'm busted. I like those episodes on Curb Your Enthusiasm, the one where Larry found out if you wear a MAGA hat around where his usual places, people would give up their tables and leave and stuff. I'm not staying for this. Yeah, this needs a little bit of work up here. If he wanted to line jump, he'd just come in with his MAGA hat and everybody would leave. There's another massage. Their doors are always open. Isn't that weird? It's like the doors are always open. You can't record me in public. That's awful. Oh yeah, sorry. I'm going to sue you. Sorry's not going to be good enough. It is shallow. I mean, we didn't used to be like that in this nation. Once again, I mean, the only question is, what do people want to bring back? Our shitty education system? Or shitty debt bomb? I mean, what the hell do people want? I like when Fox News goes, ding, breaking news. Breaking news. All right, we got Wild Birds Unlimited. Oh, this is where you get the senior pass. That's where it was. Wild birds, but I don't think that they're open. Oh boy. How do you get one of these things? Is this safe spaces here? I don't know. Senior pass. Discounts on free parking. I just don't know if I want to get it. Mr. Misogyny. Do, 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 do. Hug and kisses. I hate your guts. Rosie, you're everything that's wrong with this nation. You're awful. Boy, what a beautiful night tonight. We're going to have Italian sausage on hamburger rolls tonight. It's going to be like Tuco Salmonica. Tight, tight, tight. Oh, I'm a hateable person. I'm just a fun-loving, joyous person. I'm even starting to sing Christmas songs to get in the spirit. Do 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 do. Oh, come on and join together. It's time for a feather with you. Let's whip out the coke and the fentanyl and have a real party. Yeah, I don't really know any Halloween songs. Only the great pumpkin rises out of the pumpkin patch. Do 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 do. I think that's the song. Do do do. I love that when Charlie Brown's little sister's got to go out there in the morning on November 1st, the night after Halloween. Or in the night, he's out there with chattering teeth. His teeth are chattering in the pumpkin patch. You want to know who's a trip to listen to is Reverend James Manning out of Harlem in New York. Man, he is really a trip. Spit it out, dude. Yeah, Pigpen was always my favorite too. Some people called me like a Pigpen model. Everything's just not so neat, you know. But a good heart. We got this new pharmacy that's opened up here. Locking up for the night. Do 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 do. I think Amanda Hug and Kiss lost it with the twice a week shower. She's like, check please, I've had enough. Here's another hair place. Why the hell are there so many of these things? Van Gogh. Simp. What does that say? Simp Barber Studio. Simp Barber Studio. I guess that's made for simps. I don't know. Yeah, well, we had that heat wave. Twice a week I was doing it. I felt guilty for consuming resources. What a nice place to live right there. Audio, video control. What's wrong with it? Bluetooth or USB turntable? Nothing. Look at all those vintage audio pieces over there. Got a nice Yamaha that looks like a Pioneer, a Pioneer, a Pioneer, and a Pioneer down there. I wonder if they want to buy my units. I should give a course over here. What is this? Lavish high fidelity. Yeah, it's pretty low key. That looks like a nice Macintosh amp over there. I'm sure that's a Macintosh right there. That's nice. That's out of my price range. Yeah, we got a heat wave coming. We're having a heat wave. Look at this. This is where they do their... Do they do repair work here? Look at that. Wow. Look at that. Yeah, Macintosh is insanely expensive. Here's a hair salon place that, yeah, went tits up here. Cool building now. Yeah, it's too expensive. Having a heat wave. Hello, Federal. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, there you're leering again. I can't put you on the street. You're leering constantly. I know. There's another massage. Man, how many massage places? Tattoo? What the hell? Yeah, man, dog and kisses, like, you're always leering. $10 off every 60-minute longer body massage. I don't want somebody noaching me. Oh, we're up to Grocery Outlet. Bargain Markets. What do we got here? Prime commercial lease. $1,600 a month. Unit B and Unit D. I never had a massage. I just don't want. I don't want people fingering me. I'm not a touchy-feely person. Where's Unit B and D? Creekside Massages B, and D, Scabs. B and D. B is up there, that's undesirable. And D, yeah, that's highly undesirable up there. Yeah, never had it. I just don't want people pawing all over me. I hate that. I don't like people pawing all over me. There's the donut place. These poor lost souls. It's your basic banana tree. Oh, wow. We're having a heat wave. We're having a heat wave. You can bite my thingamajig. We're having a heat wave. Don't run over me, honey. You had the stop sign. You never even slowed down. You would crush my sack and my sacroiliac. Grocery outlet bargain market. Strong man, I'm gonna just beat the shit out of you for now. Yeah, I don't want people fingering me. Let's go down this way where the old people's silver, the old Salvation Army senior housing. I wish I could get in that. I probably have to join Salvation Army over here. You got to move a lot of donuts to cover the rent over here. Yeah, I don't like people noaching me. As the Pennsylvania Dutch say, don't noach me. One of these old bomber houses here. Telling them I'd hate that. Here's a walnut tree. It's almost time for our annual walnut gathering. You never have to buy walnuts in this town. This place is good for horror shows right here. Let's do that. Yeah, it's like a horror show, huh? Yeah, crack and pop, and it might come apart, you know. That's a risk you take. It might snap you in two or something. Yeah, this is this. Boy, if I could get in here, $500 a month. Nothing to worry about. Hey, I'm off on the road. I'm off to Vegas. Whoa, what? Yeah, later. Look at that. Wow, that's great. That's absolutely beautiful. Wonder how you get into that gig. Maybe I should ask one of these people. Let's go down this side first. This house is horrifying. Looks like the opening of a horror movie. Well, how are you going to get information if you don't talk to people? You just want to find out how you get that gig. These homes are really horrifying. You can't smoke in there. There's a carriage house back there. That's a nice looking thing. Yeah, well, what makes you think I wouldn't make the grade over there? I think I'd be natural in there. We go in and talk about income, the woman flips a page, she might spit her coffee out. I wanted to try one of those figs in there. But you dare not break the invisible property line right here. That can bring the wrath of you know what down on you. What nice living, man. They even got pianos in there and everything. I might go visit some of these people. That's it, Shadow. Great St. Paul put it that way. Comes under to tickle the ears. People make their own truths. Oh, man, that's like super nice. Can you believe how nice that is? Nice and secure. Oh, here's one of these little libraries. What are we reading? Let's see. A Tale Out of Luck, Willie Nelson. A Year in Marrakesh. Maybe Amanda Hugginkiss would find a nice man over there. Miles from Nowhere. Stay. Reginald Hill. Midnight Fugue. Wow. Fresh Disaster. Yeah, we're going to pass on that. Oh, you like Moroccans? Yeah. Why don't we have a meetup in Morocco? Marrakesh. Look at that, Amanda Hugginkiss. Could you see me in there? I mean, that's the new standard for all new apartments in Santa Rosa. Will be 10 to 20 stories now. Well. Give a homeless man a sub. First you gotta throw him in a tub. Amanda Hugginkiss says, don't be a cuck. Oh, wow. These are some big craftsman style homes. Looks like a very luxurious lifestyle. RHI, what the hell is this? Commercial framing specialist. This place looks super depleted over here, doesn't it? Like, what the hell is it? Let's go over here. This is like Failure Row, I think, over here now. You got the Jewish Free Clinic. They always take care of Blackbird. Yeah, Silvercrest residents here. Salvation Army. What a gig, man. He can drop off stuff too. Yeah, I don't know, but the cats ain't mine. Yeah, everything's depleted here. Terribly depleted. It's just everybody's just blown out these days. Nobody's in a very celebratory mood. Don't forget to be here. Saturday night is cemetery nights. Don't miss it. We charge up our flashlights. It's a ghost town. Everything has just the smell of failure. Let's clean up the signal. peaceful, isn't it, Patty? I could really groove living here. It's like the meeting hall or whatever. Nice place to hang out, have lunch, bullshit with everybody. 3 months I'd be the cock of the walk over here. I would be the cock of the walk. There's this bridge house. I know the plans I have for you. Look at that. Looks like they have some vacancies. I don't know. I don't think they have air conditioning. I wonder if they have a swimming pool and everything. What a life, man. I think that's the Jewish Free Clinic right there. That's the back of a grocery outlet down there. It turned into a luncheon date, don't you know? All right, let's go check out Ca Bianca and see how that's doing tonight. I'd be the Schneider, that's it, man. Ladies, what do you need to have fixed? No, I don't want to see that. Put that away. Oof. Look at this guy. She just went right through, man. She just ran right through. The crosswalk flasher has been activated. You just get your balls blown off. Yeah, I'd like that. Can you imagine the view up there, how nice it is? You don't have to worry about maintenance. They pick up your garbage. You might have to deal with some foul odors once in a while, but big deal. Petties, pedals. Pedos, pedals. Got some of these old school offices. There's so many vacancies now. This might be a nice place for O'Kelly Enterprises right there. Let's take a peek. Nice banner. The new home. O'Kelly Enterprises LLC. Like Lick Chew. Youthful glow. You know, the thing I liked is Amanda Hug and Kiss went to SMU. Look at this place for rent, for lease. Destiny, beauty. I don't know what that's all about. I don't know. Lips, labios. Isn't that the lower lips? I mean, am I wrong or is, oh, it's Spanish, sorry. Wow. Okay, we got an office space for lease. What's it look like? Oh man, that'd be perfect for like O'Kelly Enterprises right there. Look at that. I didn't know. I didn't mean that. I don't know. The lower, I don't know what it is. Lips. I thought they called that the labia. Labios. It's funny how art imitates life. Amanda Huggins just likes to be entertained. She's like those 25-year-old women that walk away from their marriage. I'm bored. I'm not feeling the love anymore. What is this thing over here? Yeah, my console, my whole theme would be 1950s Mad Men. That would be it right there. What is this? Coming soon is what? What is that? What the hell is it? Does something. I don't know what the heck it is. You don't want Amanda Hugginkiss to put the Maloik on you. Yeah. What is this? The spa. Wow, another one? Any more spas, we'll be ripping our hair out here. O'Kelly Enterprises, Inc. They tore that building down. The shot heard round the world. Well, I just hope the guy's just not too weird. I fear this nation's in no mood for yeah, that used to be a really big office building right there.
Wait. Brookwood. Walk sign is on the cross.
Walk sign is on. To cross Brookwood at 2nd Streets. Walk sign is on. We never come down here. Yeah, I never got the Starbucks thing. Coffee's too strong. It's too bitter for me. I'm like a weak fish. Oh, I know you like Nescafe coffee. Instant. I lived on that stuff 5 years in Hong Kong. Tiger was already snipped in May. He was trapped at somebody's property. In other words, he's been with us for a year and a half, and then he somehow wandered over to their property, I guess, for the morning brunch. And they trapped him over there. Because she told me, she said this one named Tiger has already been fixed. They trapped him over about a half a mile from you, but he comes through because the food is better. So, reluctantly, I had to take him back. Very reluctantly. I had to take him back. At home caregiver. This place is so depressing over here. So, you know, Angus I have to say AK to separate from Hugginkiss, but times being what they are, I took the cat back. Reluctantly. No, he's blackbirds. Yeah, I don't do an $8 coffee. Yeah, if I sell or go on a long trip, the cats are going to have to be dealt with. So times being what they are, I took Tiger back. Wow, look at this lack of sidewalk here. Wow. It's like a hillbilly place. It's face to face. Passion, catch a feeling. Desire, catch a feeling, not HIV. No, they just said one of their company people trapped him over there. Trapped Tiger like a rat in May, because we were wondering where Tiger went to. Then he came back and Bird's like, what happened to your ear? We thought that he got in a fight or something. We didn't know. What the hell is this? Free supplies. What is this? Fentanyl test. Narcan. Wow. Look at all this. Wow. It's a society gone mad, isn't it? Society gone absolutely mad. I wouldn't know what to do with it. I'd probably put it up somebody's rectum and blow it off. I don't know. What the hell do I know? That's CW's gig. That weird looking little office. Well, what is the difference between foam milk and regular milk? Chris Young, real estate loans. Ooh, wow. Okay. Well, we have to live with reality. I mean, we can't wish it away. We're our brothers and sisters keepers. Here comes Cabianca. Look at these people are heading in now for their Cabianca treat. This is where I would bring Amanda a hug and kiss. She'd be like, oh, that is so fine. That's fine dining right there. Privacy right out on the deck. Oh, how beautiful. I can't say how many, I really don't know how many junkies are here. Old school fence. This is how the high living is. Look at this. Cabianca. The Marshall House. Built in 1876. Look at that, just people living the high life here. Man. Amanda Hug and Kiss would say this is like genteel southern living right here. JM. They have a lot of privacy too. They don't want riffraff hanging around, you know? And you have to be properly dressed to go, and you can't be like your sacks hanging out or whatever. Oh, wow. These people got the life, man. They got the life. Mordecai Chiropractic. That's called living the high life over there. That's the hug and kiss life. Ooh, if my date took me there, I'd be all gidgety. I'd be so, ooh, beside myself. I'd be so gidgety. It would be a plus. It's like we didn't go on a coffee date. I don't do coffee dates. These trees get knobby, nasty looking. Ah, wow. Well, suppose the bill comes to the table and I just push it across the table like that. Like we're doing a Ouija board, and she puts her fingers on it, pushes it back. It's like the Ouija board, moving it around. There you go, high end. Well, I have violated a few people's property rights for sure. No, but you'd always be nervous eating, like, gee, I wonder if I'm going to be paying tonight. And I will have to smash this person if I pay. Absolutely obliterate them. I never had a woman or anybody ever pay for anything when I went out. But it was a different generation. It was just what men did. Open car doors, drive. Good manners, well groomed. Now look at me. Now look at me. It's a long way down, folks. Oh shit, did I block somebody's thing here? I don't think so. Wow, they're probably really peeved that I'm right here. Maybe I got a nasty note. Oh, thank goodness, no nasty note. Wow. Always a concern. Oh. Wow. You know, most people just naturally like the Rosie, but yeah, my van looks good enough, Milkman. It's the little rain we had the other day perfectly cleaned off all the blood from the horrific injury that T.O. suffered when the hedge clipper cut into his guts. That had to be a real horror show. When I saw all that splattered blood, yeah, for 140,000 miles, the van looks pretty righteous. Yeah, woman, if it doesn't go well, the woman should just whip out the pepper spray. Stop the insanity. Well, you didn't have to pepper spray the guy. Yeah, I did. Why? I don't know. He was leering. Oh, okay. You shouldn't ought to leer. Yeah, he got, I guess he did. There was blood all over the side of the van. And he just kind of disappeared, but not long enough to miss his pay. Yeah, because I came out, there was splattered blood all over the side of the van. Yeah, I just pepper sprayed him. I didn't like how things were going. I just didn't want. I wanted him the hell out of the dating pool for a week or two. We. Yeah, the father. Man, if you had met Judge Gerstung, Judge Robert J. Gerstung back in the day, holy hell, the hanging judge of the Baltimore City Superior Court system, holy smokes. And of course, they always got the best looking daughter, you know, and it's like, geez. He's looking at me like I'm going to check for fingerprints when she gets home. And I shouldn't ought to let her ride in your junk heap anyway. Well, why don't you tell me how you really feel, Judge? That's Your Honor. Your Honor? Well. Come out, I expected to see a lock on her doors. You wanted to face the judge, Dan. You could do the baseball bat and just cremated me right there. It's like, I know what goes on. Ooh, that was rough. But we had a good time at the senior prom and everything. We had a good time. Then off to college, I had to cut her loose, times being what they were. I only have so much budget. College is starting. Yeah, it's going to be a few bucks. What am I, married? Come on, man. All right, here we go. Yeah, it was like hard cheese. The news on Tiger is he's back on the Rancho, Angus. He's probably a little dazed and confused about why he went riding in there. So, like, I think I've seen this show before. I think I've seen this show before. Get to do this in the cage twice. But the first thing he came back when he got back and released from the cage, he went right over to the food. Woman that's helping with the trap, and oh, these cats, they'll run away for days. They're so terrified and they're so affected. I said they just right here. They didn't go anywhere. Oh, that's really unusual, you know. I said, look at the food. This is great eats here. What are we doing now? Are we in a parade or what are we doing? Oh, come on, dude. Dude, what are you gonna back up here? Smart move, dude. Back up to a parking spot that's 10 feet behind him. Wow. So that's the tail of Tiger. Rosie's been fixed, which is a load off my mind. I got no patience for people should have ought to learn to drive like they're in a city and not in Mayberry or something. Yeah, they can't keep a cat. I mean, I don't want to run the thing over to the shelter. Put them in animal control. But ultimately, they're birds, cats. They're not mine. So direct any questions and issues to him. He's the one running around yapping. They're my cats. Okay. There you go. So Tiger just walked out of the cage, didn't run, immediately went over to where the food bowl is. Those cats, 2 of those cats just sleep in the cages at night. And the woman's like, yeah, this is really a highly unusual behavior. I said, they've been here for years. You think they're going to give all this up? It's like the first episode of the Beverly Hillbillies when Cousin Pearl's encouraging Jed to move to California. And she said Pearl said to Jed, you're overrun by bobcats here. You got possums everywhere. You got a swamp down there with oil in it. Your daughter's running around in bad clothes. You want to you want to leave all that? And go, yeah, I'd be a dang fool to leave all that, leave all this. These cats could care less about the cages. You think they're in there running around, jumping around? They don't care. They're what we call cats of destiny. Like whatever happens, they're chill, they're cool. It's like you could call them, like Amanda Hug and Kiss would call them, like Zen cats. They have their chakra all squared away, whatever the hell that is. Sounds like something you hold when you make a sandwich at the Jewish deli. Hold the chakra. Hold the chakra, hold the mayo, special orders, don't upset it. Do. Yeah, man, be a dang fool to leave all this. It's 5 miles to your nearest neighbor. You're overrun with skunks, wildcats, and bobcats. Your daughter running around. You got a swamp down there full of oil. And you want to move. Yeah, man, be a dang fool to leave all that. Oh, man. You can have some cats lurk, or I'll air transport them down to Texas. You can have your pick. You can be a real hero. Take Rosie and take baby socks, straighten them out. You can have them free of charge. I'll even air freight them. Yeah, fresh pickles are great. I gotta hit the Jewish deli. I gotta start doing some reviews, but it's expensive, guys. Expensive. Yeah, we both got the same thing. I'm allergic to them too. They're not good for my psychological state of mind. You ever run with skunks, bobcats, weasels? Your nearest neighbor's 5 miles away. You got a swamp full of oil. Thinking of that stand, yeah, man, be a dang fool to leave all this. What's going on at the Matote, Amanda Hug and Kiss? They're eating tonight, babe. They're eating tonight. Nobody was deported tonight. I don't miss Juan at all. He all went down off the rails. I think he got a little overzealous on some of those bike meetups. Man, look at this. We got another person who just insists on stuffing their thing. Go ahead. Take your time, dude. Come on, man. It's like you guys sightseeing. Somebody said, man, Rosie, you really sound like a big city cabbie. I guess I do. I'm a very vocal person. I'll have to click on the news, see if there's anything from Cash Patel. We'll have to see if there's anything going on. You know, overly vocal there, Calimo. You know, like some people, you babble a lot or something. I don't know. I do entertain myself in a non-physical way. Let's go see if the blood all washed off. You can see the windshield's nice and clean. I trust in Providence to keep my van nice. Just beautiful. Let's see if the blood is still here. Yeah, most of it's gone now. You have to look pretty hard to find the blood now. Man, can you imagine the way that when that cutter went in, it just sprayed like that? Well, I didn't even hear her scream. Let's see if Rosie's back. That's the one that kind of ran a little bit. No, it's his blood. She was supposed to bring another cage today. I don't know if she did or not. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Still no Rosie tonight. Oh, wow. Yeah, the manhunt, that ain't gonna do. I don't know what these people are talking about, this or that. If they can identify the suspect. Easy. Do you have to always be so mean now? Wow, Simba. What the hell are you doing? So mean now? We can't share? There's magic. You can do magic. You could just walk away from the property and make my day. Simba's getting plenty of attention. Simba is not hurting for attention, doctor. Simba makes sure to get attention. All right, let's see what the agenda is tonight. First, we're going to check the news. Paul Harvey, news and commentary, brought to you by True Value Hardware. In every neighborhood, you'll find the True Value man. Now, Paul Harvey News. Good day, American. Stand by for news. Everybody needs attention so bad. I'm going to enjoy the holiday from Rosie. That's kind of a joy. The Shadow's emptying his bowels down there. You got all those burrs in you. I got to get some kind of cat comb or something. You're really disgusting. Simba's learning to defend. He's being aggressive, Lurker. He's defending himself. He's going after the poor little cat. He's shattering Shadow. Shadow had to go down and take a dump. Can you just wait a minute? I'll get your food. Okay? Don't worry about it, all right? You're always so hungry. We eat, we eat, we eat. I had a bowl of soup today. That's it. Right? Wow. So I don't let these cats in the house. Sometimes they try to make a break for it. Let's see. Let's click on CNN. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see. Officials release new images of person of interest. Oh, that's bad. He looks very skinny. He's a person of interest, so I can't. Let's see. DC cancels comic book series after writer posts about Charlie Kirk's death on social media. I don't know why people just can't keep their mouths shut. I don't know. You got a professor that got kicked out of. Southern Texas University or something. She couldn't keep her mouth shut, or no, she was teaching some, I don't know, FBI old news confidence, video person of interest. Surveillance video shows person of interest limping away after Charlie Kirk assassination. He might have done a, John Wilkes Booth after jumping from the presidential box at Ford's Theater and getting his spur caught on the flag. Yeah, he broke his leg. Sic semper fidelis. Death to the tyrants always. Probably injured himself jumping down. All right. Well, that's that. Okay, wait a minute. Don't put those murder mitts in. I'm coming. Oh, I feel the claws digging in. Oh, man. All these people come out of the woodwork. They all want a piece of Charlie. It's crazy. All right. Let's get the cats fed. Everybody is like a pal now. Everybody wants in on the kill. Let's see what we got here. Oh boy. Let's see. Oh, there's Rosie. Oh boy, it didn't take you long to come back. Oh, it was so horrible. I went on such a terrible ride. You wouldn't believe what happened to me. Wait, it didn't hit your appetite, did it? Look who's back. Look at how nice you're behaving tonight because you're all drugged up. So quiet because we're heavily drugged. doesn't care. How terrible. The horror. The horror. The horror. The horror. I feel joy juice on it. I'm moving. I got blasted with joy juice. Man, I hate this stuff. Let's see what we're going to do here. We're going to open up the back on this bad boy. Open this thing up. There's Rosie right there. You don't even care. You just went for that terrible ride today, do you? This woman's like, I've never seen cats like this. Okay, there we go. Chow time, you little mongrel. See the kid prone. Yeah, the guy ought to just turn himself in. Rosie, like looking at the cage, the food is there. I know I'm hungry. I don't really care about the cage. It makes noises. It drops. Gotta put some gear in tomorrow. Right, so Rosie's staring, thinking, am I going for another ride to a weird place or not? I don't know. Trying to think it over. The kid's prone. Okay, there goes Simba. They're looking at Simba like Simba's the test penguin on the ice. To see if the ice holds. Boy, all of a sudden Rosie's a little nicer now, coming up to me. That's weird. What are you doing? You turn over a new leaf? Yeah, I don't know if they know who he is or not. Do they, or they don't? I like that when all the facts are in. Is he a known element? We're gonna have Italian sausage tonight on hamburger rolls. So Rosie's looking at that like, yeah, I think I'm hungry. There we go. Huh? Oh boy. There it is. Wow. So they really know who it is, huh? He's probably terribly injured too. You can't jump down that high. It's a John Wilkes Booth special. Sic Semper Tyrannis. Okay, that'd be a good score right there, Magic. Right there. Look at that. That'd be a great score. That would be a beautiful score right there. Bam. Magic's like, I'm still alive. I can't believe it. Please hit the thumbs up if you've not done so yet. Rosie's looking at the cats like, why don't they get the noisy cage that's coming down and trapping them? Here. Man, you're dumb. Here. Yeah, Utah has a pretty stiff death penalty. Magic would be a really good catch right there. Bam. What was kind, Angus? Cause I'm thinking Angus Kisses is like on a huge delay or something. I don't know. I'm all heart. Let me just goop. You want to eat the shell? Well. Rosie's up on it. No, I guess that's a symbol on the table. I guess really Magic's the only one that's not fixed there now. What a catch that would be right there. Bam. Oh, they know who he is. He must have had a rough landing off of that roof. Oh, it was on their way to that. Oh, okay. I got you, Judy. All right. I got you. Thank you. Thank you. It's amazing what people see. They got cameras. They were on people's houses. He ran through their yards. You want to come through with a ghost face like outfit. Look at Rosie's looking at the cage like, why doesn't that thing get that slub? Oh boy. Yeah, Mission Impossible stuff. Hey Tina, how you doing? Yeah, Philadelphia, awesome. Great city. Love it. I used to love going up to the Mummers Parade every year. They should always have a drone up at events. High drone to see what's going on. I hope your week's going well too, Tina. Please hit the thumbs up if you've not done so. They banned the gun because the camera's found throwing the gun in the woods. Wow, he's probably sitting there watching the news right now like shit. Somebody wants the reward. They don't want to tell that they know who he is or acknowledge it. Yeah, I'm waiting to see if Rosie's going to go in. She said, oh, that cat won't come back for days. The cat's here 5 hours later. Simba's a very tough, he's turning into a bad boy. Heard something about, I don't know if it's true. I heard something, I don't know if it's true. I hear you, Ronnie. That's why I like to wait for facts to come out. Yeah, you'd think that they would have something in the sky at all of these events. Second they see somebody in a window or a roof. We got all these drones for Ukraine. Well, he must have some proficiency with firearms. There's a lot of people in Utah do. Wow, Rosie's so calm tonight. There goes Skywalker's gone in. It's like a game of Russian roulette. They never know who's the slob that's going to be caught in it next. Yeah, the guy will probably off himself. Well, if you got a good rifle with a good scope, he might have been a trans person who was kicked out of the military or something. If he's that good of a shot. Oh, wow. Look at Rosie just laying outside the cage like just had a lobotomy, like in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. It's like when R.P. McMurphy came into the pod again. The Indian had to put him out of his misery. Well, if it's 550 feet, you need a good scope. You need to be dialed in on that scope too. Take it from me. You're not doing that with iron sights. No way. I'm guessing he was somebody that was taken out by the military or something. Hey, Supernova, I'm doing good. There was a purge in the military. How you doing tonight, Supernova? Yeah, Rosie's still in shock. It's like something feels weird. I don't feel like my usual mean self. I want to be mean, but I can't. Yeah, I think he probably got kicked out of the military. I'm going to guess that's the story. And that is only a guess. Maybe because he was trans or something, I don't know. Yeah, it's been a wild couple of days, hasn't it? For these cats, too. Magic's like, or Skywalker's like, gee, the cage isn't coming down on me. Yay. It's like we're playing Russian roulette. Why do you got a weird little yowl? What are you doing, Magic, huh? What are you doing? Ah, you don't drink beer. Not yet anyway around here. Not yet. Dude, it's horrible. The cat's drinking beer next on the Rancho. I hate that. Tomorrow night's Friday night. Ooh, I hate that. I hate that. Yeah, I think Rosie is still in a state of shock. Kind of discombobulated a little bit. The weekend did the hoe with dinner, and they were really big into internet. Yeah, you can't get the big wins. Man, when green beans get too big, forget about it. They're, as Amanda Hogginkis would say, they're awful. Awful. There's Tiger. Tiger never missed a feed. Tiger's like, what are you guys complaining about? I've taken that ride 2 times now. Oh, well. Yeah. Oh, they turned the cats into alcoholics on there. I'm going to report. I want them sued. It's just awful. It's just awful. So we got a couple Italian brats tonight. We're gonna put them on. The grill tonight. I got a couple hamburger rolls I thawed out. I think Bird gave them to me. Hit them with a little bit of ketchup and enjoy. It's gonna be good. We'll split it in 2. Put it on there. Yeah, if you will, I got 2 daughters and a grandson. And there's a man with a gun over there saying this person's gotta die over here. But my brain's fried. I don't know. Now, Skywalker just laying down to go to sleep for the night. Well, I never never saw people like that, the cats like that before. Karl Marx and her tribe and Rosie, yeah, they're really feral. So what I'm going to do is feed the other cats in the workshop that night, get them in there in the afternoon, and then I'm going to leave the cage there. Hopefully there'll be 3 cages, and let those ones come up later, and bam! I'm going to move the cages apart so the sound doesn't freak them out. It's not easy to do when your basic level of intelligence is not a hell of a lot higher than the cats. It's going to be, it's going to require a little bit of planning. Yeah, Tiger's like, man, you're not going to get rid of me. They trapped me over on West Avenue. That's like a half a mile away. And the woman's like, oh no, he came over the fences, through people's yards. Yeah, cats, they got the jungle telegraph, tells them what's going on. That's it. What are you doing, Dingleberry? I know you ate. This should have been called Ragdoll. Ragdoll, Ragdoll, Ragdoll. You're just a Ragdoll, Ragdoll. No, it was because she did some research and it found out that somebody had trapped it. So they didn't want the cat. They wanted the cat to be exterminated. Not saying I haven't had like kind of the same, well, I won't say that. Oh, Rosie, you're a lover. Uh-oh. I've never seen Rosie so quiet, just laying there. It's really wild. Yeah, cat's usually so fractious and mean. Kelly, it's like the song says, honey, freedom's just another word for getting your sack clipped. Do. Let's see if I can approach Rosie. After all these years, we can have a relationship. Let's see. All right. Yeah? Are you still all shook up? Wow, you'd never be able to do that before. Wow, that cat must be on some good narcotics or something. Woof. That cat would have ripped my balls off if it had a chance. We got good fresh water out. Still kind of walking a little gingerly. Tried to stretch out a little bit. What are you doing, Skywalker? Huh? What are you doing? Huh? You got all those burrs in you. I don't even want to touch you. You're a very foul cat. Very foul cat. At least we don't have that monster ghost face around anymore. That monster. He looked like a monster. go into the Westminster show anymore. You're damaged goods. You're not good for breeding anymore. Not good for breeding anymore. He was radicalized by extremist network in the way of I don't know what extremist network are they talking about. Islam? The school is locked down today. I'm not sure what happened. I know that there was a gun. Yeah, you get copycat people that call and threaten schools and all that. Oh, you watch The View. It's called It's called irresponsible gun ownership. That's what it's called. '16, you're allowed to have a weapon. I think if your parents, at least in California, 16 to have a rifle or I don't think you can have maybe it's 18. Wow, Joy Reid was fired a long time ago, wasn't she? She was let go 2 months ago, wasn't she? Was she the black one? Wow, Joy Behar was fired. Wow. They fired Joy Behar, I guess for insensitivity and having no common sense. I don't know. Wow. Man, that's big news. Wow, Behar was fired today. I'll tell you, they just can't keep they have no mouthpiece, no filter, just tone deaf. Yeah, Judy, you need a scorecard. Oh, TV is rebranding, all right. I've had started with handguns in 1980. 45 years I've been dealing with handguns. I have no interest in rifles or shotguns. I've always wanted handguns and very long distance shooting with handguns. We're talking about the length of a football field. Skywalker, you're so handsome. Huh? You're so handsome. Ooh. Joy Behar is a co-host on The View still to say. When did she get fired? No more. Boy, Rosie's so calm today. Lee Harvey Oswald was a medal-winning Marine shooter. Oh, expert marksman rated with an Italian bolt-action rifle. Yeah, it was a good distance. I don't think it was as long in Dealey Plaza from the book repository to the plaza. I don't really know. I don't even want to say. Oh, she's being let go. Okay. I guess just the optics and the message is just, it's not resonating. The advertisers are fleeing. There's no money. I don't know, whatever they had, Air America, that folded up. Just, I don't know what, they never get any. You would think that Soros and these people would be underwriting this stuff like crazy. Hey, David. No, Oswald didn't have a scope. He had iron sights. Nobody really cares that the governor of Texas got hit either at that day. John Connolly. Yeah, 263 feet was, it's okay. Nice Italian bolt action rifle. Yeah, why doesn't he step up and fund these? Why didn't he fund Air America? I don't understand it. I mean, they can talk about the Kochs, they can talk about Murdoch, but these people always put their money where their mouth is. That's the only thing I'm asking. Why don't people support like liberal radio? Yeah, it's like the day that Abraham Lincoln was assassinated. Nobody cared that Seward, the Secretary of State, had his throat slashed. I told it that one person, they're like, what? Somebody else got that day? I said they had a whole plan unfolded to take out the whole capital. Are you kidding me? Wow, I never knew that. I thought it was just Lincoln. I said, you should learn some history, dude. All right, let's get the grill fired up over here. Let's turn it on. I think it's been about 3 years with the propane tubes and all that. I think we're going to have to replace that over there. I remember when they had Al Franken, Randy Rhoads, Tom Hartman, Mike Malloy, and they all just, I don't know what happened, just the advertisers didn't want it. No, I got some, oh, there's Rosie going in. Rosie's being nice. I can't believe it. You're rubbing on Tiger. Rosie's like, okay, I'm going back in the cage. Rosie's not swatting at anybody. The other cats are in fear. They're like, when's the hammer going to drop? When is the hammer going to drop? Look at that. You could get 2 in a cage at one time. Oh, wow. Hey, Panjay, how you doing? We got 2 cats side by side. I mean, it's all advertiser supported. Air America was a public network of radio stations. And it's like they always fail. It's like Fox has excellent ratings, and MSNBC and CNN are just abysmal. And I always wonder, like, why would that be if we're 50-50? I used to listen to Mike Malloy. He'd get so fired up, cussing and stuff. That was really low. Yeah, I thought the guy was highly entertaining. It's like Tom Hartman's a smart guy too. He's not as rabid as Mike Malloy. I kind of came to the conclusion that it might irritate people because they tend to be whiny, and Randy Rhoads was very nasally. Podcast, yeah. I still follow Mark Thompson show. He used to be on KGO here. He has a big following. Randy Rhoads, still watch her on YouTube. Tom Hartman's got a big following on YouTube. Mike Malloy, I don't know. Yeah, that was a big. I talked about that. I talked about that too, John. The other Kamala made a big mistake by not going on Joe Rogan and then laughing, going out the door, saying I'm going to win anyway. That was bad. I mean, because Rogan didn't really even like Trump. That was pretty wild. This is the Air America Radio Network. Next up, this guy Franken. He was a senator from Minnesota. Randy Rhoads on Air America. I think maybe because it's just it's maybe too shrill for people. I don't know. I'm not a media expert. That's hug and kiss. Why can't you just be a good cat? Why can't you go to cat training school and be a good cat instead of a rag doll? Huh? You be a rag doll. The Mike Malloy Show. I think what I think what broke it was when Dukakis got wiped out in that election. He was up like I don't know, double digit, and it all went to shit when they brought up. I guess he was running against Bush, and they brought up some convicted criminal that he had let out or something. That I can't remember the guy's name. And that was the day that people turned against, liberal court systems and all that. For Willie Horton, that was it. The Willie Horton thing, that torpedoed him. And then they started Air America. I don't know when they started, but I remember the lineup because I listened to it every day. And then I started to listen to Savage. Yeah, photo op in the tank that backfired, the tank photo. But his sister was a good actress. She was good in Moonstruck. Do, 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 do. It's probably something to just blend into the crowd, lurker, like President Trump at the rally when he was holding his ear or whatever. Babies. Oh. Yeah, Rosie's so calm now tonight. I think Rosie's all drugged up still. They just snip them. They don't hold them for a couple days. It's like they just boot them at the door. Tiger's back in the funny thing is Tiger's back in the cage and he just went for the ride. Hey Ronnie, morning coffee, how are you? Tiger's right back in the cage. The woman thought I was lying, like I was bullshitting. Put some more beer into Mark. We're down the case. You got to remind me, hug and kiss. Ooh. I guess everybody's glued to the TV tonight. Yeah, I used to follow all that stuff, man. This is the Randy Road Show. How are you? We're talking today about... It's just awful. I never saw anything like it. It's absolutely crazy. I don't know. What are you going to do about it? You got a crazy man that's in the White House. No, we got another case of beer. Remember, we picked up 2 last time. Saturday night, we're at the cemetery at Go-Go. Saturday nights. Tomorrow night's going to be a traditional Friday night. I'm not in sight so much about I didn't do that much hard work this week to feel, I got some stuff cleaned up, I donated clothes, to feel like, really banging it hard tomorrow night, but I'll bang it hard anyway. Okay, there goes Magic's trying to go side by side. We now get two in a cage here. Yeah, America Overnight. I listened to all of them. Randy Rhodes. Yeah, Neil Bortz. Pags. Who else? Just all of them. And it seemed like the only ones that ever survived and prospered were the conservative talk shows. I guess that they connected with the people with crime and craziness in society or whatever. I don't know. Shitty schools, and you have to have some kind of theory for what happened. I enjoy the intellectual side of it. What went right? What went wrong? Why Fox would be so dominant now? We were there in Sebastopol. We could be out there tomorrow. We got to get some gas. Tom Likas was big in LA. It just seemed like the liberal talkers could not. We had Spencer Hughes here, who came from Sacramento. He was very conservative in the afternoon on KSRO. He was the one that came up with the term gassy grandmas from Sebastopol. Yeah, they ran him out. They just started picketing the radio station. Like they canned his ass. They sent him back to Sacramento. I don't know if he's back on the air or not. They hated that message here. They hated that. Now that's all they got on the radio in the morning is conservative talk. That's it. But he was like really, he got people spun around the axle. Like if you're in this county, there's no such thing as free speech. You remember the way I got run out of that protest when I was just standing there like watching, and somebody said, "Oh, look at these right wingers on here." Right? Okay, I got some Italian hayseal. I got some Italian sausages, and they just ran me right out of that protest. Savage still has a great YouTube channel. He cooks at home. He does everything. I don't know. Nobody. This younger generation doesn't even know who the hell Howard Stern is. These young people today, you'd say Elvis is coming back. They'd be like, who? Who in the hell is that? People hold on to these music catalogs like they're so valuable. Like, how many Jelly Roll Morton songs did you listen to last week? You know what I mean, Seal? We were just trying to speculate as to why liberal radio never, always fails. Trying to figure it out. No. Howard Stern was too disgusting for me. Too misogynistic. Robin Quivers was just like a co-conspirator. She didn't care about anything. Anything for the show. I never liked Howard Stern. Why is there not a trans woman? I thought that the gal from Orange is the New Black was on there once in a while. It's boring. But the thing is, Doctor, we're in a 50-50, we're in a 50-50 nation, right? Yeah, I didn't like Stern at all. I couldn't stand him. He treated women like shit. We used to have, remember when, who used to come in, who remembers? Ronnie, you remember when, who used to be on this show, the retarded woman? She used to come in, Wendy Pack. She used to come on my channel all the time years ago. And hang out, make donations to me and everything. She absolutely was in love with me. Wendy Pack, yeah, it just, yeah, Wendy Pack. She used to come on here, and then we raised money for her one Christmas because we all said, "Did Howard send you anything for Christmas?" She's on the show. She's on my chat. You know, it's like, well, he sent it like $100 or something. Wow. So we raised some money for her on the show that night. That was pretty bad. Yeah, I'm saying I couldn't be down with people that just use people for now. No, I just couldn't. It was too disgusting, the content for me. It was just, to me, it was the equivalent of modern day Barnum and Bailey's. Maybe it was $300 or something. We just thought it was ridiculous. Wendy would come on the channel here all the time. It's like, I want to get you on the show. I'm like, there's no way. I got invited to be on the Tosh O show. Back in 2014, I turned that down. I still got the guy's card. I was like, hell no. Hell no. No, he doesn't have a conscience. Yeah, Wendy, remember Seal? She would come over here on the channel. We raised some money for her one Christmas. Living with her mom down in Florida. It's like, oh, we need to get you on this show. I'm like, there's no way I'm going on that show. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Poon. I don't know what happened to him. Boy, these rolls really smell like shit from Blackbird. Wow. I don't know. He would have gone on about trans and all that. Show us your body and did. Yeah, good old Wendy. That's what's for dinner tonight, guys. So we're gonna get this going. No, I don't like this shit at all. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts which we're about to receive from thy bounty through Christ our Lord, amen. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. And may all the souls of the faithfully departed rest in peace, amen. All right. Let's be a nation of love. Love is all you need. Love, love, love. I'm going to let that cool off a bit. I'm quitting smoking. What is that? No, I got Italian sausage here. I'm making like Italian sausage things. I don't know, Seal. You know, you remember when I smoked for? It's easy. I can put down cigarettes. It doesn't. It's coffee. Forget about it. There's no way I could ever give up coffee. There's no way. Cigarettes, I just didn't pick them up March 21st, 2021. That was it. I think it was a Saturday morning, as I recall. These are Johnsonville Italians brats. Italian sausage. Oh, absolutely delicious. All right, well, how long have I been on here? Crap, 4 hours. All right, guys, I am out of here. I'm going to go ahead and, as you can see, the little tribe of Karl Marx raising around here. So, thank you, everybody. Good night, Ronnie. Thank you for everything you do. I appreciate you. I love you, brother. Thank you for everything that you do. Everybody else, have a wonderful night. If you've not hit the thumbs up button, could you please do so? We're close to 100 here. Let's give it up tonight. Good night, everybody.